Morning, Yellow Wizard. Am I a pirate? We're gonna get going here in just a moment. Just doing a little bit of testing here. So we wind up going live on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And it is working. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Well, TikTok got some better video quality today, that's for sure. Good morning, my friend fellow, and welcome to another day. A day in the light, a day of something bright. This morning, what are we talking about? Stability. Stability of the mind. Full of distractions all around. This morning, I'm actually going to start out with a reading, but not a normal card reading. Last night I woke up a little bit, or I should say this morning. I woke up a little bit early this morning, and I actually had a memory from something, from that state of being asleep. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I did not feel like going to sleep. Felt like somebody's spirit is a bit restless. And so I've been spending the early morning hours kind of trying to seek this energy and trying to find out what exactly they need to balance. See, a lot of things in somebody can be going through a really hard time in their life, and words are really meaningless. Sure, they sound nice. Sure, they're warm and comforting, but they're not actually going to provide a solution. They're not actually going to do anything so as to get the person through what they need. Words fail. And that's really where my mind has been. That's really where my heart has been. People need experience in order to progress forward. Without experience, we lack the understanding, the first-hand understanding of exactly what to be aware of. If you haven't bumped your knee against the wall too many times, you're not going to think about it. You're probably young, probably still bumping your knee into the wall. Only after you've done it so many times are you like, bro, I don't want to do that anymore, and you start paying attention to your surroundings, and you start paying attention to things that you never paid attention to before. Those little things are what I've paid attention to throughout my entire life. And so I've never exactly fit in, because I'm always paying attention to other things, which is not what the in crowd is into. Therefore, I'm generally left out. But my observations, very particular ones, certain keywords utilized at the correct moment when the energy is in the atmosphere, can really strike a chord and change somebody's life for the better. And so the cards that I pulled essentially lead to, there's a lot of understanding behind all of it, though it ultimately leads to the understanding that over exaggerated sensualism and passion to amorous, hard to satisfy. Over exaggerated passion, over exaggerated sensualism. Is that not what society feeds us every single day? Is not the body hard to satisfy? It seems like people need something to adorn the body, to clothe the body with in order to be satisfied, whether it be an item of pleasure, an item of this will make me happy today, and perhaps all my problems will be solved. I'll get the fast car, I'll get the shiny necklace, and my life will change because I will feel complete and I will feel satisfied. But in all reality, the only thing we learn is how to chase after vanity. Tower card in the Seven of Cups. The Tower card, we build, we build, we build. And one day we gotta walk away from everything we've built. What do I mean by that? Everything one's studied, everything one's learned. How strong is the foundation? Think about the foundation. The foundation is everything. You can destroy the building on top, but if the foundation is solid, you can build again. You can build anew. And one thing that we do is we consistently improve. We have new designs, new ideas. The Seven of Cups ultimately is leading, as it popped out upside down, the reverse meaning is determination to follow good ideas through. The right side up interpretation of that card is that several choices are available, and the imagination makes them all seem grand. Focus energy on one goal to assure success. Determination to follow good ideas through. Focus upon the success, regardless of rising tides, bustling winds, or flames, or even lightning striking down from above. The resilience to continue through, not just on a whim of passion, not just on a whim of, oh my goodness, this is going to satisfy everything. But life is a journey. Life is life is truly an adventure, and we get to choose who we keep around us. We can lock ourselves into one place where we can be mobile and free to move around. One thing I've learned about the divine spirit is that if I say no to those things, if those options are put before me, if I have those things in my hand and I say, no, I don't want that, if I stop receiving those things, such as unwanted energy from whoever may be in the life at the time, whatever course may be going through, and that's acceptable for you to do. It's acceptable for you to make a choice to say, you know what, you've been a good friend. I appreciate your time. Thanks for all the good stuff. I got you a gift too, but I'm just done. I'm moving on. I got different things to do. And generally speaking, these conversations never happen in person, but the gift is definitely given. The gift definitely is given. And so you part ways on a happy note. It's very hard to part ways on a happy note. Usually one person they want to hold on. They want to hold on for the past. But they don't realize that they've chosen to live in a moment. Whereas you or myself in my own past chose to keep moving forward. And as you keep moving forward, as you tell the universe, no, that's not what I want, no thank you. No, that's not what I want, no thank you. The universe is going to listen to your thoughts. They're going to listen to your prayers. And what you want is going to come in front of you. I've had some experiences on my journeys, and I got to live in a place where there was a mom and a dad and their daughter, and I got to be like, it was so cool. It was family. It's totally family. It was great. But ultimately, there was something more I was looking for. I did a good bit. I did the healing work. Did all that good stuff, and it's time to move on. And when I moved on, I went to the next place. And the next place, it was kind of like pretty much kind of what I asked for. And I realized that wasn't what I wanted either. And so the universe has a wonderful way on allowing an individual to experience what they're seeking. And when you say, you know what, nah, I don't like that, then you can move on. And if you say, hey, I like that, I really like that, then that goes into preserving the energy, preserving the relationship, preserving everything that is. If one truly cares, if I truly care to keep something in my life, then I'm going to do my utmost to to stay where I am, to make a peaceful environment, to procure things that are considerate in my mind of the other individual, so that I'm not offending them, I'm not irritating them. I don't want to walk on eggshells, don't get me wrong, but at the same moment, that consideration goes a long ways. And sometimes where one may be and where one may want to stay, it might not be a good fit on the other end. And so all that working and all that time and all that, oh man, I really want to stay here effort, it doesn't go out the window when I'm told I'm not wanted in a place, or it's time for me to move on, or get the message from the omens, the divine, and so forth. Or maybe it wasn't a good fit for them or me, or however it was to be seen. Maybe that place was just to do some good work. An angel in the flesh, a divine spark just walking through life, just like you. And that's what we do. And being able to truly dust, shake the dust off your feet and keep moving forward, that is a skill that still stumps people. They still ask me to today, how do you do that? How do you make it seem just so easy? Because it's that easy. I I learned the more I care about something, the more I wind up mm, trying to just do everything I can to help them out. And somewhere along all my efforts, it goes south. I did too much. I did something they didn't want, or whatever the circumstance. But again, that's okay because sharing our energy, sharing our resonance, sharing a moment with somebody, teaching, having the memory, and going into the situation, going into the arena of the whole experience, I have the mentality that these are memories I'm going to learn from, I'm going to cherish, and I want to remember. So even in the moment when a person is like, "Roar, I hate you," I'm like, "I love you," but I can't say it because they're so angry at it. Just probably make them more angry or something. It does sometimes. Though being able to recognize when that experience has had its course, when the knowledge, the wisdom, the fun has what I call been tapped out. You know, like in a boxing ring, you tap out when you're done with it. Well, once all the wisdom has been exchanged, once all the knowledge has been had, what usually happens is those individuals in association wind up turning into revelry and fun, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the wisdom and the knowledge exchange usually stops. And for me, and then, and for me, I want to keep on the knowledge. I want to keep on the wisdom. I want to keep learning. I want to keep seeing what someone else has to teach me that I haven't thought about. Some people say you only got one life, live it to the most. Well, I believe we got thousands of lives, and we should also live each one to the most. Learn as much as we can. What else do we do but learn? So as to improve our environment of where we are. Our world has certainly changed from the stories that we've read of thousands upon thousands of years ago. We have learned much. We can heal more people. We can do more good. And are also capable of even much more destruction. But through balance and through a good sharp eye, we can see through that ultimately humanity, our goal is to pure cure life, to procure life, not death, life. When I started doing tarot card readings, I had this individual who came back to me 3 years later after first public readings I did. They came back to me 3 years later. And they said, "You remember that reading you did for me?" I said, "Yeah." They said, "You remember I wrote it all down?" I said, "Yeah, I remember that. I did." And they said, "Every single thing you said came to pass. Everything you said, it happened." And I gave them a total of 6 cards. One card represented a situation, and the other one represented a solution. And it seemed like for 3 years, each year they had a major event, and that came across their plate just like the cards were read, and the solution they applied and got them through easy as can be. Normally, those things would have smashed them down, no recovery in sight, but they had a solution going in to the conflict. They were armed, their mind was prepared. So when it all happened and went down, they came back and they told me that it all had come to pass. Well, that's when I started doing readings more and more. That's when I really started going down the shamanic path. That's when I really said, you know what? I got success. I got I got confirmation, validation, all the sorts of affirmations you could think of on that particular read on that. I mean, that was huge. And that's where I continued. That's where I really took off. And when I took off doing that, yes, there was one place where I did charge for tarot readings. However, even at a $25 cost, that's as much as I charged. I would tell every single person, even if you can't afford it, I'll do it for you. Because it was something that was healing. It was something that provided, it saved, it helped. It really did a positive good. And for me as a healer to refuse to help somebody because of money, how evil a thing that would be to a healer. For a true healer, how evil to say, I won't heal you unless you give me money. That's crap. That is garbage. That's not a healer. A healer, their heart is love. And love doesn't say, oh, my child, give me $4.99 and then I will help you. No, a mother says, yo, kiddo, get over here. I'm coming to you. Here's what you need. How does the mother make it? Usually, it's not an easy road for a mom because she's not going out trying to take advantage of people. She's trying to help people. And so going into that kind of a situation, going into meeting a new person, going into a new environment with the mindset that the other person, number one, this relationship, this isn't going to last forever, not till the day I die. It's limited. Whether it be 6 months or 6 years, it's a limited experience. And when I part ways, when I leave, it's going to be a good departing. Whether the other person sees that or feels that from me or knows that, that's the way it's going to be. They might have got the information mixed up. They might have taken all my good efforts to do good for them completely on that level. And they turned it around and made me out to be a bad guy and think all sorts of horrible things of me. I don't care. That's not my problem. I know what my intentions were. I know what I considered beforehand throughout all my interactions. I know what my actions were and I know what my goals were. They were all lined up. They were all scenes done. And if the other person mishandled the offering, that's not my responsibility. The journey continues forward to meet somebody new, to interact with somebody new, to recall the memories that I had, all of them, all of the memories I had, all the lessons I learned, and you keep moving forward. A lot of times, people are able to keep contact with each other. People are able to stay connected. For me, my environment, my current environment, wherever I physically am, that is my environment, and that's what I'm interacting with the most. That's just how I've been for a multitude of years. It's hard for me to affect a situation across the world, at least physically. If you needed some help moving some bricks or cleaning the house or whatever the case, I can't be there and help you out with that. I am where I am. No, sending good energy, sending the love, most definitely. Oh, and this morning I did check some emails that were sent to me because I've been asking for people to send me emails to Cicero at yahoo.com. And so I did catch a few emails that were in my spam folder, and I did respond to those emails and send those out. And so if anybody would like to have any questions or maybe be on the show or anything, feel free to send me an email. I'd love to hear from you. Hmm. Thanks, Frankleberry. I, yeah, that's, there was one day I became aware of some things, and that's quickly, when I became aware of those things going on, I was like, well, I made some people mods, and it has certainly been a much better experience on the chat log. So thank you for that that observation, and also thank you to our mods as well for keeping the chat area a good place as well. I appreciate that very much. Oh. CT0197. Thank you for that. They had said I looked like a friend that had passed. Let me read that exactly correct. Said you really remind me of a past friend. You seem like you're a kind soul. Hope you're doing well, my man. And so that really, I connect with that. I was mentioning this morning I woke up a bit extra early, and in doing so, when that happens, it's a spirit. There's a consciousness that has come to me. I've had these moments before, and so this morning I've been kind of connecting. I really connect with that when we do have that resemblance of somebody that's passed away. There's definitely a conscious awareness that friend, like they've ascended on. They're sending messages from a positive place, and the way they could do that was to have you stumble upon the channel and see me for a moment, and for you to get that feel and that vibe and so forth. And so in that, like, my mom passed away. She was my best friend, and she passed away back in 2012, February 22nd. And I have felt her and heard her all around me in many ways, in the air, in the trees, in faces in the clouds. Our ancestors are very much alive, like they very much ascended, call it heaven through the pearly gates, or however you want to, in that sense. Though surely your friend that says he loves you and everything is groovy and can't wait till you're on the other side, but take your time getting there. That was a nice channeling. Right on point, Nathan Murray. Our body's a temple, like any religion says. Spirits have the right to visit your temple at any time to communicate or possibly to guide you through life, and hard roads are easy. Bro, most definitely, most definitely. That's that just put a whole new picture in my head. Oh wow, that's beautiful, and that's very true. The body is a temple, and I was talking about earlier about like being around the wrong people, that being around the wrong environment. Um, the way I've seen it in my head for so many years now is that the Divine Mother and the Divine Father, like, okay, you personally, you, like, imagine you're hanging out, you're at your house, and you're hanging outside in the front yard, on the deck, and whatever the case. You're hanging out, and you got a bunch of friends, bunch of buddies over, and they're dressed in like baggy shorts and like gangster attire. And I ain't saying anything against it, but like some rough kind of looking fellas. And let's say your mom and dad are driving by and they never seen these people around you at all before. They see you out there, they don't see anything bad happening, they see you having a good time with them. And so mom and dad, on their way home from church and everything, they just gonna keep driving by. They're not gonna stop. Because those people that are there, that's not mom and dad's energy. They don't mess with that. They've been around, they've interacted, they're not complete prudes or nothing, but that's not their energy. They don't mix with that. And so in the bit, but they get home and they call and okay, we love you. We saw some people over there. Okay, we'll stop by another time. Okay, bye, love you. Everything's good. And that's very much how the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, say God, say Mom, say Shiva, say Parashakti, whoever it is that you see as your Godhead, as your faith, even if it's whatever the case. But that energy of the divine, it ain't coming around if you hanging out with some shady energy. They're not going to come to your temple if you got a bunch of thug-like energy out in front of you, all around you. And so by choosing your association, by choosing who you hang out with, knowing very wisely, well, they talk this, they create arguments, their mind goes into the sewer. That's not healthy. That's degrading. That's going to cause me to go down. My temple is going to be disgusting if I hang around that energy continually. But this person over there, wow, they don't fight, don't have conflict. Yeah, they get loud. Yeah, that happens. But they're always nice. Like, ultimately, like, I learn, there's growth over here. Well, I want to hang out with the growth. I want to grow. I want to develop. I want to learn. I don't want to fight. I don't want to have conflict. Let's choose some association. Or perhaps you don't have anybody positive to learn from around you, and you're starving to hang out with somebody because, hey, man, the last thing, most, not all, some enjoy it, but generally speaking, people, humans, we want to be around someone else. Feels better. It's nice not to be alone. And in those circumstances, when we cannot find healthy association, healthy people to 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 hang out with, then put in our head deep in a book, doing some deep research online about a subject, about a place, a country, an origin, a people, shaman. You could look up shaman in the online. What is a shaman? One word leads to another word, and you start looking up stuff. And finding a love for learning, finding a love for growth, finding a love for self development. Well, one day you walk back out into the world, you find a good friend who actually is pretty wise or knows a thing or two, and now you two chat back and forth and just build up the good times practically endlessly. Now, Alex Curley, that is a proper comment. The people who judge you. Now, in the Bible, there used to be a time that was recorded before judges were even present on the earth. There's no judge. However, there's many reasons why I dress the way I dress. And I dress no different than the way I go out in public. I might put a vest on for my shirt, for to cover my chest or whatnot. Though I dress the way I dress so that people may judge me right away. They can look at me and say, oh, he's the devil. Oh, he's this. Oh, he goes against what I believe. Oh, he disrespected my religion. Oh, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Sure, go right on ahead. Could write a magazine and a field day report on it if you'd like to. But their actions, they showed me right away not to hang out with that person. Their judgment revealed their heart. I know more about them because they judge. I used to be at a point in my life many, many, many eons ago where I judged people. Wow. When you stop, when I stopped judging people after like year 4 and 5, holy crikey, it was clear as day. Clear as day and night could be to a person of who was bad to hang out with, who really didn't have a good interest in me at all. They were asking questions, wanting to get to know me, or whatever the case, just to get close to drive a dagger in my heart. I'll learn some defense tactics since those old years gone by. I'll tell you what. Now that is actually good information that gets very, ooh, it's almost imperceivable by most people. Now, distinguishing between judgment and wise criticism. Wise criticism. Oh, yeah, we can learn from that. We're going to use that up and gobble that up. Criticism is important. I need to know what I'm doing that doesn't work. Though judgment is not criticism, judgment usually is accompanied by attacking vocabulary. Judgment comes in with, you don't belong here. Calculation says, oh, I can understand your position. I can understand what that's coming from. Here's a viewpoint on that. That's how we can move forward. Calculation and being able to see if somebody's giving wise criticism, and certainly to pay attention to that because that will help you go a long way. In my past, I was a part of this particular religion, and we would go up on stage and give 5-minute parts and during particular days or of the week, whatnot, and they called it the school. And back in those days, when I was a kid, bro, they gave you harsh criticism. They told you, well, you're stuttering and you need to stop stuttering, so you work on that. That's going to be your counsel next time, is to not stutter no more. Or you didn't go over your words well enough and da 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 da. You need to do more studying before. Whatever it was, they would give proper criticism publicly to the speakers in training in the school. And I decided as a young individual, because I was within this back in those days, and I said it to myself without telling anybody else. I don't even think I told my mom. Interesting. But I said, I'm going to apply everybody's lessons, everybody's counsel that they're getting. I'm going to take it personally because I know I have those problems too. I know I'm doing that too. So I'm going to apply for everybody's counsel that's going to come to me. So I was able to make 3 times the advancement than most people. I was able to go further because I was literally applying the criticism, the wise criticism, the wise counsel, and I was learning and I was making adjustments. So, yes, most definitely agree with that. I do. Good morning, Kathleen. Yeah, yeah, that's one thing I've learned is somebody who's been through enough of the experiences, enough of the ringer of life, they turn to they tend to cool down in their temper, tend not to care much for the brash and harsh aspects of life that most people are going to be dealing up with. Most people are in a rush to accomplish whatever they need to accomplish because they've not put enough preparation, not worked with it long enough, or somebody keeps pressuring them to work faster, work faster, work faster. Yeah. Being able to tell the difference between people in wisdom. Somebody running ahead. Hey man, it's not bad. Some people got a lot of energy. Some people they got that plan. They can work out that information. They are in the flow of the spirit, and it's not that they're gung ho, but boy, their fire chakra is lit, and their heart chakra is burning bright, and they're moving forward. All steams lit, push and going forward. And so that's everybody's got a different rate at which they're flowing with, and like one vision that I had in my mind. And so like this is where it comes to the self. This is where it really comes to the individual and their own particular journey. Is not so much what other people need to do, but it's about what I need to do. And that's really what it comes about. This is my own book, and if you'd like a PDF copy of it, you can send me an email, and I'd be more than happy to send you a free PDF copy of my book. It is published. It is available for sale. Um, but um, but more so, if you'd like to make a donation, my GoFundMe is on the biography information on the main page of the YouTube channel, and in any regard, I'll leave that there. And my email is cetra@yahoo.com, Setchra, the same name of the book. And anyways, I'm gonna share this on right where we're talking about. It says, before I was born, I was seen to have three lines in my ultrasonic pictures. Three lines identify a female. Often enough, a two-line identification can turn into three lines, the third unable to be seen initially. To go from three to two lines is not the custom of life. I was expected to be a girl, and now, 30 years plus later, I'm looking at a muscular body. No surgeries making me this way. I am who I am. One day, and unlike the others, I looked into a large mirror and was able to have a wonderful view of my naked body form. And what I was seeing was a lady's body's form. I decided to embrace my body's form, and I immediately began wearing dresses and short female kilts. The next thing I know, I'm at a fair working, a Renaissance fair working. The group of on-site employees, they'd seen me in a blue dress and commented, "That's the hottest ass on site." A lady who knew me and the woman I was with at that time said to the group of men, "Do you know who that is?" Fully comprehending, oh yeah, a lady who knew me and knew the woman I was with, she said to those men, "Do you know who that is?" Fully comprehending that I am a male. One of them replied back to her, "Still the finest ass on sight." The others agreed. The story made its way back to myself, and I took the next step. I began wearing miniskirts as well. I saw this other male. He dressed up and walked in public with a miniskirt and makeup to go with it, actually. And the day he wore his clothes, many people gave him a difficult time that could have ruined his entire day, though he struggled through and succeeded in being himself. I thought about my previous experience and became open to doing the same, but with some twists of my own design. Soon I was going everywhere and anywhere in a micro skirt. Well, not those couple of visits to a synagogue, anyways. If people of the opposite gender were complimenting my buttocks, then it was good enough to have a skirt just barely being long enough not to be too short. As I embraced this type of dress and did my work, other males whom felt the way within their own way within, they began embracing their own feminine qualities as well. These actions allowed them to become much happier within their own being. Now, to help someone in embracing their identity has a unique fulfillment of purpose. After this happens within a particular time frame of crossing paths with someone, and then their life transformation occurs, is the evidence of this experience. People have been inspired by example, and there exists the reality of this word, this construct called Yonelim. Now, before I keep reading on, I do want to share, like, that was the begin. That was years ago, and this transformation into the tribal way of life started way back then. It was me. I wasn't turning like, you know, I'm into girls. I'm always been into ladies. I'm not swinging the other way, that way. But I was simply embracing my body and the experience I had. And these other people, they were having their own spiritual experiences, and they were doing their own flavor, doing their own touches, and it was a unique experience. And that was all those years added to the different dress and different style. And now, like, now Like if it's hot, if it's really hot out, I'll put on a shorter skirt. But like, the tribal dress is where it got to. That's where that got to because I was accessing the female portion of my brain. I was actually accessing it for the first time of my life. As a male, I had always been male dominant. I had always been right brain dominant. I never accessed my left brain, not like that, not until then. And so that is an entire mental and emotional unification. That process, that time period for a person in their life, that's when their masculine and feminine brain, the duality, is fusing into a singularity. Anyways, back to the main topic of what we were talking about, using strengthening actions. Now, the experiences I shared, they simply alluded to how this can be used in an experience. It was a personal experience I had. So the actual definition here, and again, just to reference back, is all this information is for the self. It's not for others. It's for the individual. It is for the shaman going through their journey. It is for the shaman initiate who hasn't fully realized everything. They're walking through that journey. But the information isn't to tell other people how to live their lives, but simply how their own life can improve if they add this nugget of wisdom. By overcoming one's fear in the sight of many, one overcomes the fear of another or others. Now, when one is observed living life and is expressing freedom from cultural conformity, does one cause inspiration to abound within people that desire to express their inner desires? The inspiration leads to an unforgettable and impactful memory that comes to life every day in the recipient's consciousness. This reoccurring memory will demand action and lead to fears entering a forgotten state. Throughout life, many hide their true identity within the self. If bullies can be so mean with their negativity, we can let our wings flutter and be the emblazoned spirit of love on the outside too. People lack wisdom. They may listen after you show them a view of bravery. This is a word that is an empowerment and a reminder to become that flame of inspired passion. Confrontation of fear is not only what self needs, it is the need of others as well. When someone dresses in a unique and expressive form, they feel confident because they are expressing how they feel or want to feel. An outfit disregarding gender or something that builds morale. When we feel good about ourselves, we do not hide ourselves. Let the truth and reality of oneself empower every other. Allow what has been suppressed to become unchained and free from the confinement of thought. I create this impact daily as my body is male, and I wear the. There was a time when I had pigtails. I forgot about that. The average person in public is not accustomed to seeing such a sight, though without words or argument, I'm able to create inspiration in others that their fears may end. Create love and harmony while enjoying these pleasures of the spiritual connection. For our spirit, our soul never should conform to what humans want them to be. They would only hide away. Be as you were created, powerful and impactful. Love the failure. Ah, gotcha. It's, and what I'm getting to is how impactful clothing is, how impactful being a little bit different is, doing something that you desire to do, and how that's going to inspire somebody else. Life, life is what you make it. You can sit there and wait for someone else to create the moment, or when inspiration hits you, you can act on it. And that's the idea about being who you are and inspiring others. Because it's like you ever seen at a football game or basketball game or whatever. Maybe you've been there or maybe you've seen on TV, but they start the wave and everybody puts their hands up. The whole thing, everybody throws their hands up because it's the wave. That's what's going on. People are creating it. That's what we're creating. That's what you're creating. Is a ripple in this ocean that we live in. That ripple, with enough of us contributing our energy to it, it becomes a wave to humanity, a wave of goodness. And it is that energy, it is that wave of energy. Anyways, serpent of fire, the priestess of the serpent sisterhood. The serpent head, the serpent headpiece of all said represents the inner fire serpent or kundalini as it rises in accordance with spiritual growth and empowerment. This happens when the time is right and we are ready. It is important to realize that as our inner energy and power is growing now, you will need to get used to new levels of strength. This means that you will need to adjust your sense of your own abilities to meet your new levels of energetic empowerment. You'll need to realize that you're capable of more than you previously were, and also you may need to temper your behavior to take into account the greater power and effect of your words, thoughts, and actions. When you grow stronger, your words, thoughts, actions, and intentions gather potency more so than before. Your responsibility for what you put out into the world grows too. In the same way that a drop of water causes less movement than a tsunami, your emotions and words will have a bigger effect because the energy behind them, behind your serpent of fire, is awakening. All said can help you manage this process so that you put out into the world, so what you put out into the world comes from a place of wisdom and love, service and compassion, healing and awareness. One of the first lessons this card offers you is the recognition of your power. It is perilous to underestimate your spiritual power, as you can unintentionally create harm by not realizing that your actions and words have an effect on the world around you. And the effect of those actions and words comes back to you multiplied as karmic return. Serpent fire causes you to become aware of your power by having an open and curious awareness and noticing with detachment and clear perception the signs of confirmation that you do have an effect upon your surroundings. You can then manage your power with great wisdom. If you, as with this information, be particularly careful with your thoughts, asking that any negative thoughts be cleared when you catch yourself thinking in such a way. Your mind has a lot of power in sending negative or vengeful thoughts towards another, even if just an rash moment of anger can be harmful to them. If you catch yourself doing this, it is extremely wise to go into your heart and apologize to them and send them love. Even if it's just someone walking down the street or driving a car or someone you see on the internet, and the entire process happens in only a matter of seconds. The second lesson of this oracle of the serpent of fire is to trust in the process of the inner fire and what is being burned away. Just as the serpent sheds his skin to reveal itself anew, there are changes happening inside of you, and some old identities, some old beliefs about yourself and others old habits or patterns of behavior that will not survive the growth into the new expression of you. While you are likely be happy to let these go, there can be uncertainty and a sense of not knowing who you are anymore as you transition between the old and the new expressions of yourself. This is a sign that you are growing in a profound way, and rather than something to be avoided, it can be embraced as confirmation of this growth. Lady Allset, the Divine Mother, priestess of the Serpent Sisterhood, understands that in the growth of spiritual power, old forms are burned away to allow the new life to emerge. It is safe to trust that any endings or discomfort as the familiar begins to make way for the unfamiliar in your life now are signs of your growth and are to be celebrated. Serpent of fire, rise above, filled with unconditional love. From the base of my spine to my heart, your ascending fire now does start to cleanse, to release, begin rebirth of myself now from within. From my heart to the crown of my head, burning away energies dying or dead, igniting new life, new love, new fire, serpent of fire, rising, rising higher. It's a tarot deck. It's an oracle deck here. And this was the card. Very welcome, very welcome. Yeah, it's a great deck. I was drawn to the artwork very much so. It's by Alana Fairchild, A L A. You might have to take a picture and flip it around. Alana Fairchild. Uh, yes. But like everything I read in this book really feels and sounds a lot of like my own words of what I would write myself, as I've read much, a bunch of it, and been working with it for a few years. And yeah, great deck. Definitely recommend. Super welcome, super welcome. Cicero. Yeah, definitely. I can pull a few cards for the chat. Um, four, 3, 4. Thank you, Gold Cat. Appreciate that. Hi, Sigma Psi. All right. So, yeah, okay. I'll pull some cards for the chat. And if anybody wants a card drawn for them specifically, just let me know. I took down in the chat you'd like a card drawn. Body movement is the first one to pop out. So these two cards just popped out, and they kind of popped out. Anyways, self-reliance and then quiet time. And self-reliance can truly be found in that quiet time, in that time of just stopping the thoughts, stopping the chaos from the world, quiet time of your heart, of your mind, of other people's chatter, and truly to build oneself up for self-reliance. A lot of times we feel we need other people because need, we need, we need. And becoming self-reliant does not mean securing thousands and millions of dollars for your future. Self-reliance falls into the category of looking back at your past and being like, man, how did I survive that one? How did I get out of that one alive? And you figure out how you did it, because it was you who made it through. And only you got the memory to look at the past. And when you see how reliable that you have been for you, you're going to get to a point in your reflections. At least I did. I got to a point in my reflections and I was like, man, I looked at the world around me and I said, you know what, I actually got pretty good odds of surviving this world. I actually got better odds than most. I'm really looking at things properly. That self-reliance, slow to speak, quick to listen, being able to navigate the environment, find your way through. To the portal of light. This is one for the chat, most definitely. Mm. She glides on wings through time and space. You are growing in power and awareness. You have had breakthrough insights where you realize that you are not who you thought you were. You are, in fact, a much vaster being. Sometimes this was shocking and uncomfortable and difficult to accept. At other times, it was gentle and made much sense to you. You're learning to integrate this awareness of your vast self into your life. The practical consequences of doing so are extraordinary. To live with less and less fear and insecurity, to become more detached and more passionate, more loving and less demanding, to need less and receive more, to feel more joy and exert less force to attain it. Such wonderful gifts await you. You also become capable of exerting healing influence beyond time and space, which means being able to help free yourself and others if you choose to share your healing gifts, that is. You can learn to create freedom from trauma, attachment, history, and any other situation that may drain life force and distract from divine love, no matter whether occurring in this or any other lifetime. All said, the Divine Mother guides you to powers and abilities to heal that are beyond time and space. It starts with the realization that what has happened in the past has power over you only to the extent that you allow it to. The portal of light is being opened to you now to travel through time and space, to release the past, to open up a future bright, and to call for more power in the present moment. Once you've done this for yourself, if you're guided into a healing path, then you can share this with others. Being guided by the loving blessing of all set the Divine Mother to assist you in this sacred interdimensional travel now for healing and understanding more growth and peace. Also, considering the Merkaba as part of our particular soul gift as an ability to navigate between spiritual dimensions of reality, shifting from lower vibrations of fear and bringing through higher vibrations of love to allow for peace and release. The combination of the Merkaba card and the portal of light means that you have the ability not only to navigate dimensions, but to bring higher dimensional awareness into the present moment for healing with a natural soul ability to be present in lower vibrational realities, such as those of fear and competition on earth at present, and simultaneously be anchored in higher vibrational soul realities of love, peace, and truth. This makes you a powerful source of light, and the Lady Olsen and her beloved star Sirius offer you divine peace and protection now to help you in this sacred task of being a star of divine light and presence on the earth at this time. The oracle of the portal of light also brings special guidance that a phase of time or experience is over and a new cycle at a higher vibrational turn of the spiral is beginning. So prepare to ascend. Expect things to become lighter, freer, and faster moving in your life, and even perhaps while you appear to be more surrendered and more peaceful within yourself. If you would like to close your eyes and have a brief moment of guided meditation, you can take a few couple of deep breaths, and as you're sitting there or standing, or as you are comfortably, in this light beyond time and space, I enter the portal of divine light and grace. I am free of shackles from this life or another. I surrender old fear to the Divine Mother. I now choose to be free of the past. In the present light of spirit, I now bask. In the portal of light beyond all time, love and light frees me into peace blind. In this light beyond time and space, I enter the portal of divine light and grace. I am free of shackles from this life or another. I surrender old fear to the Divine Mother. I now choose to be free of the past. In the present light of spirit, I now bask. In the portal of light beyond all time, love and light frees me into peace sublime. In this light beyond time and space, I enter the portal of divine light and grace. I am free of shackles from this life or another. I surrender old fear to the Divine Mother. I now choose to be free of the past. In the present light of spirit, I now bask. In the portal of light beyond all time, love and light frees me into peace sublime. And in a moment, you can open your eyes. And in that, the fairy card brought up was body movement. And so that energy has movement, development, charge. Oh, forever roaming. Thank you, Sherry. forever roaming. Um, Thanks for being here. There was a time in my life where I was mentally and in many ways so much worse off. And I would ask, why? Why am I surviving? Why am I making it? Why? I was in a position to where I was right there with you. And then some things happened, and I happened to have a roof over my head. I happened to be given 3 meals a day, and life was provided for. And so I said, why? Why? Essentially, why am I alive? Why am I being taken care of? I wanted a way out. I wanted the exit door. Why? And I received one word in return 13 years ago. That one word was preservation. That's what came to me. Preservation. Hmm. I asked that question about a year ago. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I got the exact same response. Preservation. It could have been a little bit longer, but that was what I got back. And I found that in life, tomorrow can certainly bring the unexpected. People, the spirit is alive. We might be stuck in one spot, not seeing the effects of what we can really are having on the world. But I see you, I hear you, and I thank you. I thank you for being here. I think not just viewing, not just like that. I thank you for being here. I thank you for being my neighbor. I thank you for being a part of the world. I thank you for saying something. Because communication really makes the world a better place. Communication makes all the misunderstandings go away. When it was me and my mom against the world, we got to a certain point, like before she passed on, we got to a certain point, and she and we knew that we loved each other, like, and if we were having a bad day or something like that, if we exploded, we knew that it wasn't because the other one did something to the other one to make them upset. Oh, that's where I was going. Misunderstandings. Me and my mom, we had learned that 99.9% of our arguments were created from misunderstandings. I misunderstood her energy that she was upset with me. She wasn't upset with me. She was upset with the way people treated her at work. And because of that, her words were short and fast. And I didn't catch all the details of what she was trying to tell me because I was confused in a multitude of ways. And so there was a certain point in our life before she passed away, and we recognized why our arguments were actually happening. And then we started communicating better. We started talking more. We started expressing ourselves. And that's when I started really, really getting to know who Rosemary was rather than just who Mom was. That's when we stopped arguing because we were able to talk and we were able to express, hey, I'm not upset with you, and I know you're not upset with me. If we're got a short fuse, it was because of some crap that happened to us during the day from someone else. And if we blew up at each other, if we said some foul words, if we slammed the door, if anything happened that night, then the next morning a knock on the door, goodbye in the morning. Any little small gesture said, I love you. I forgot about yesterday because I knew that was you weren't I wasn't angry at you. I love you. We're all good. And that was that. So we didn't have to make amends we already knew why it happened and that we had to allow it to be expressed, because if we didn't, then that energy would carry with us the next day. It would make us feel bad. We would be not cool people at work or whatever, whoever we were around, and things would just compound and get worse. And I got used to talking with my mom. I remember this one time we took like a 2 hour trip. It was like a 3 hour ride to the Renaissance Festival that we were going to, and we talked the entire way there. We didn't turn on the radio once. And my mom, she got when we got back, man, all the friends at church and family, and like I heard her just tell so many people, it was funny that she practically bragging. She's like, we talked the whole way. We didn't turn on the radio once. She was so happy that we talked and I wasn't just silent. We actually interacted as two people. We were on the same mental wavelength. And she'd been working. I never quite realized it before, but she tried to do that with my brother. She tried to do that with my dad. She tried to do that with her mom. She tried to do that with everybody in her life. She tried to get with somebody to have that kind of a connection. And with myself, we finally, boom, like, she succeeded. She taught me something. And in that, she gave me something to pass on. She gave me something to be. My mom was she always had a good spirit about herself. I always have this memory of her at Big Bend National Park. We had this picture up on the wall for years. And something I realized last night was that I was very much like my mom. She would, when I was a baby, when I was young, she'd give me a bath or whatever. She'd hold me in her arms afterwards in front of the mirror. And she'd go, who's that? And I would go, that's mommy. And she'd go, no, that's Christopher. And I would go, and she'd go, who's that? And I would go, that's Christopher. She'd go, no, that's mommy. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. She knew that I was like a little her. And that's why she can talk. That's why she could talk to me. And I would learn very quickly because she would just communicate with me and tell me exactly what I did wrong. She would tell me what I needed. She would correct my behavior. She'd make me aware of it. And that means that we had a very similar life. I was anorexic. I had a problem years ago. I really had a problem. And knowing that of myself means that my mom went through that herself when she was younger, if not into her, you know. She watched her weight and all that. Though when she had me, I nearly after sometime in the hospital, they put me in the bubble. I had something was wrong with me, and the doctors couldn't figure it out. And my health just kept getting worse and worse and worse every day. So they put me in my mom's arms, quite literally, and said, "Take him home, let him die there." And then some years she saved me. She was there's this article in a magazine, and there was 10 rows of there was a row of babies, and they all had the same problem. And the baby at the end would always get better before the rest of the babies, and the doctors couldn't figure out why. The nurses didn't understand why. So they were watching everything, they were documenting everything, and changing everything up. The baby on the end kept getting better before the rest, always be getting healthier and better before the other babies that were sick. So they put a camera in the room, and the cleaning lady that came in at night, she would pick up the baby on the end, and there was a rocking chair right there, and she would sit down with the baby and she would rock them and speak to them. So my mom took that idea, and she held me for about 2 months consecutively, as much as humanly possible, literally. She put everything on the back burner. She put everything second and last, and poured her life force into me to save me, and obviously it did. And then she had gotten pregnant after me. I would have had a little sister, but some many months into the pregnancy, my mom miscarried, and that massively left her quite distraught. I think of my daughters, and I think about what I'm talking about. And if anything, I'd want my daughters to know who their grandmother was. And that's why it's important to respect other people's decisions and their choices of life, of what they become and who they are, what they choose to pursue. If you don't like it, don't encourage it. Though, who knows what one's child may grow up and desire to be? Who knows if they're an angel, god, or goddess incarnate? Who knows of the divine energy that they could be carrying to channel in new frequencies of love into this world? It might be. Hold on, grab my book. It's bound to happen. It's kind of funny. Explicit RC, that's great. He said, everybody will see me. He said, I will be visible to everybody. Everybody will see me. It's kind of funny. I guess he had a hard time explaining Wi-Fi and phones back then. Oh my gosh. Why not? Why not? All right, well, we've been reading the Iliad for a few days. We are on book 16 at this point by Homer, translated by Stanley Lombardo. Aloha, bro, what is up? And that's some pretty awesome stuff. There was somebody I was talking to, or going they had typed out. They said they were from Hawaii, and they said something, and it translated into "until I see you next time." And I was like, "Whoa, that's interesting." I say "Dana de Kauai," which means "until I see you next time." I think that's Cherokee, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, all is as well can be, and certainly turning up the positive energy. That is for sure. Hmm. I'm gonna take a twist. Instead of jumping into Homer the Iliad, I'm gonna jump into Cicero on the good life. And this one was translated by Michael Grant. The Tusculans are intended to raise people to a higher level, to strengthen them and inspire them to a better way of life. Cicero himself describes the contents of these 5 books or volumes. They examine the essentials for a happy life. The first volume shows that death is not to be feared, and the second that pain is endurable. The third indicates how sorrow can be alleviated. The fourth deals with our disturbances of the mind, and the fifth handles a proposition which brilliantly illuminates the entire field of philosophy, the proposition that moral goodness by itself is sufficient to make anyone happy. That is to say, the first 4 parts of the treatise have stated the view that human beings are capable of acting rationally despite the influences of fears, pains, and emotional disturbances in general. The fifth book, which is translated here, is the culmination of this attempt to show how these distractions, which militate against happiness, must be confronted. The entire work is gathered up in the single thought that moral goodness is in itself sufficient for a happy life, but one of the principal points that remains at issue is whether it is the only good, or whether there are all others as well. A book which Erasmus regarded as superlative must indeed be worth reading, but Tusculan Disputations is a forbidding title which, during recent years, in a remarkable contrast to earlier times, has helped to get this treatise left on the shelf. Yet, it is the least demanding of Cicero's studies, and if we can overcome a modern distaste for being edified, it is also one of the most entertaining, in addition to being highly characteristic of its author. The Toscans date from a time which Cicero found terrible, the last year of Caesar's dictatorship in life, when the orator had no part to play in politics. The work is dedicated to the Astur Brutus, who was shortly to become Caesar's murderer and had already in the previous year been invited by Cicero to emulate his two great ancestors, Lucius Brutus, who drove out the tyrant Tarquinius, and Lucius Ahala, who killed the would-be tyrant Malleus. But meanwhile, in February 45th, Cicero had suffered a shattering bereavement when his daughter Tullia died. In a moment of complete despair, he declared that with Tullia dead and the way to public life barred, death itself would come as a blessing. Nevertheless, he makes it the purpose of the Tusculans to explain how life's great unhappiness ought to be confronted. He is consoling himself and consoling others as well, and indeed the world has often eagerly taken comfort from what he wrote. But apart from these contemporary circumstances, Cicero had a special reason for turning to this sort of subject. In his immediately preceding book, giving different views on the chief good and evil, he had considered the theoretical side of ethics and enunciated the broad principles on which human conduct should rest. Now was the time to seek the practical applications of these doctrines. The scene of Cicero's country villa at Tusculum near Frascati, 13 miles from Rome. He had a good many residences, mostly not large, though even so he could ill afford them. But this was his favorite. He had acquired it in 68 BC on valuable land of the memory of his wife Terentia. Once he thought of selling the house when it was damaged by political rowdies during his exile, but he repeatedly wrote in his letters how dear it was to him. He spent the greater part of the year 46 and 45 at this place, where, as Miraval pointed out, he could see the seven hills fade in haze on the horizon. The villa itself, the buildings, and in the grounds were full of Greek works of art, including a statue of Hermathena on a square pillar of which he was particularly proud. A roof tile inscribed with Cicero's name was found at Tusculum in the 1740s, and consequently one set of remains has been identified as his house, but the identification is over optimistic since many other Romans had mansions there as well. They included the wealthy Lucius Licinius Lusculus, whose magnificent library was available for Cicero to consult. In 46, Cicero had his son-in-law Publius Cornelius Dolabella and Caesar's lieutenant Aulus Hirtius to stay, and tells us that he gave him lessons in rhetoric in return for instruction in dining. The present work we are given to understand by Cicero is the product of 5 days of similar debate, this time on philosophical subjects, though probably the whole dialogue is just a fictitious framework for the author's thoughts. We do not know who, if anyone, the two participants in the discussions are meant to be, though the principal speaker, who tends to monologue, speaks with Cicero's own voice. In manuscripts from the 6th century AD onwards, the two men are sometimes described as Magister and Disputulus, a Latin for master and pupil, the initials written in Greek, M and D. The Renaissance manuscripts altered the initial delta of Discipulus into A, thus puzzling future commentators. Here I call the two personages Cicero and friend. Ah, sweet. Thank you, Aunt Esther. I'm just going to freshen up my coffee here and jump right back to that. We're going to jump right back to reading Cicero, and it starts with the discussion. I've never been a great singer. I've never been a great actor, but I've been able to read pretty sufficiently, and I do enjoy it. Do I wake up like this? Um, I go to bed with my cap on, but it usually comes off. I don't wear this at night, and sometimes I wear my sweater, sometimes I don't. But for the exception of the leather skirt, yeah, pretty much. Oh, that's a very kind comment you made, Kid Stardust. Thank you. Yes, it is a boat. It is totally a boat. It is the boat of, it is the bark. You know, the Egyptians have the bark of Ra, which is the boat of Ra. So behind me, there's an altar, one layer. Then above is another altar for, like, earth, earth. Yeah, there we go. And heaven. And then in the heavens, the boat of Ra sails to the sun. I said, that's got to be the worst pirate I've ever seen. That's great. I love you too. Oh. Discussions at Tusculum. Here we are, Brutus, on the fifth and last day of our discussions at Tusculum, and this was the day when we discussed the subject that is nearest of all to your heart. For the book you wrote with such care and dedication to myself, as well as our numerous conversations with one another, have shown me the strength of your conviction that in order to live a happy life, the only thing we need is moral goodness. Certainly, after all the varied blows of fortune that have descended on our heads, it is a hard thing to prove. All the same, we have simply got to do everything we can to make people accept this conclusion, because the entire range of philosophy contains nothing more essential or more sublime. That is why the very first philosophers who ever existed dismissed all other considerations into the background and devoted themselves entirely to the search for the best way to live. The reason why they decided to dedicate all their care and concentration to this quest was because they believed it and would reveal to them how happiness could be attained. And if, as I argue, happiness can only come from what is morally right, an idea which they invented and elaborated, nobody can fail to admit that philosophy, which they founded and we have carried on, is a very glorious activity indeed. But just suppose, on the other hand, that the good way of life lay at the mercy of a whole lot of unpredictable accidents, so that if the appropriate accidents were not forthcoming, this goodness would lack sufficient strength to maintain itself independently on its own account. If that were really so, all we could do then to achieve a happy life, it seems to me, would be merely to hope for the best and pray heaven that happiness might somehow come our way. For in such a situation to behave decently would not benefit us in the least. And indeed, as I think of my personal experiences and all the formidable hazards to which fortune has subjected me, there are moments when I began to doubt this moral theory myself. The feebleness and frailty of mankind seem too terrifying. What disturbs me most is the fact that nature, not content with giving us bodies, not content. What disturbs me most is the fact that nature, not content with giving us bodies that are weak and liable to incurable illness and unendurable agonies, has also endowed us with hearts and souls which not only share these physical sufferings, but are involved, besides, in additional separate pains and troubles of their own. Moreover, when such considerations seem too depressing, I check myself and try to reflect that I have perhaps been judging the power of moral goodness not by its own real strength at all, but on the basis of this or that defect shown by individual human beings, not excluding myself. For if such a thing as moral goodness really exists, and it was your uncle Brutus who dispelled my doubts on this point, then it surely possesses the ability to rise above the accidents that can befall human beings. It can look down upon them all with complete contempt for the hazards of mortal life. It is incapable of any shortcomings whatever and dependent on nothing but itself. We mortals, however, do not come up to this standard when misfortunes appear on the horizon. We exaggerate them from sheer fright, and when they are right upon us, we exaggerate them once more because of the pain they are causing us. These feelings impel us to put the blame on circumstances when what we ought to be blaming is a deficiency in our own character. The cure for this fault and for all our other failings and offenses is philosophy. From my earliest youth, I threw myself into its arms. It was my own deliberate, enthusiastic choice. And now again, in my present miseries, when I am tossed by all the fury of the tempest, I have sought refuge in the very same harbor from which I first set out to sea. Philosophy, the guide of our lives, the explorer of all that is good in us, exterminator of all evils. Had it not been for your guidance, what would I ever have amounted to, and what indeed would have become of all human life? It was you who brought cities into existence. Before that, people had been scattered far and wide, but you made them come together into communities. First, you united them by making them live in the same houses, and next by getting them to marry, and then by enabling them to communicate with one another by language and writing. Inventor of laws, teacher of morals, creator of order. You were all these beings, and now you are my refuge and rescuer. I have already relied on you so much in past years, and now my dependence is total and complete. One day well spent in obeying your rules is better than an eternity of error. Your aid is the most precious in all the world. It is you who have brought peace into our lives. You who have relived us the fear, who have relieved us of the fear of death. And yet it would be over optimistic to suppose that philosophy gets the praise its service to mankind deserves. On the contrary, but most people pay it no attention at all, and some actually subject it to abuse. And yet it seems inconceivable that anyone should abuse the begetter of his own life, to revile what, as even the dimmest mind can comprehend, unquestionably demands reverence, is sheer base ingratitude, no better than killing one's own parent. And the reason, I suppose, why uneducated people have fallen into this darkest of all errors is because they are incapable of looking far enough back into the past. This is what makes them fail to realize that the people who first created civilization were the philosophers. Nevertheless, although we see that philosophy itself is of extreme antiquity, it has to be admitted that its name is of recent origin. If, on the other hand, you prefer to call it wisdom instead, you're using the name which is old, which is as old as the thing itself. For it is in very ancient times that this wonderful designation was given to the study of all heavenly and earthly phenomena, and their beginnings and causes. And so the famous seven were called sophoi, meaning wise by the Greeks, and were estimated and named wise men by our own countrymen as well. Indeed, already many centuries before that, according to the tradition, Lycurgus had been a wise man and was accepted as one even before the foundation of our city, in the days when Homer is thought to have lived, and earlier still the same could be said of Ulysses and Nestor. Nor surely would we have all the stories of Atlas holding up the sky and Prometheus kneel down on the Caucasian range and Cerberus elevated among the stars in the company of his wife and daughter and her husband. If these had not been men who, in their mortal days, achieved some genuine, marvelous discoveries of super, supra-terrestrial truths capable of giving rise to these fictitious fairy tales, they therefore are the heroes who must be considered pioneers among the whole succession of researchers into natural phenomena who were hailed and described as wise. The term was still being used in the time of Pythagoras. He, according to a tale reported by Plato's learned pupil Heraclides of Pontus, came to Peloponnesian city of Phlius and engaged in lengthy and erudite discussions with its ruler Leon. Deeply impressed by his intellect and eloquence, Leon asked Pythagoras which subject he regarded as particularly important. He replied that he had no knowledge of any special subject, but was a philosopher. Leon was astonished at the word, which was unfamiliar to him, and inquired who philosophers were and how they differed from other people. Then Pythagoras, the story continues, answered that human life seemed to him a comparable with the festival to which people flocked from all over Greece in order to see those magnificent games. This is an occasion for which some people have gone into physical training in the hope of winning the splendid distinction of a crown, while others are attracted by the prospect of buying or selling for profit, whereas a further category again, and these represent an especially good class of person, are interested in winning neither applause nor profit, but come merely for the sake of the spectacle, to get a thorough look at what is going on and how it's done. And we too, said Pythagoras, as we enter this life from some other kind of existence, behave like people who have moved out of town to join the crowds at this sort of show. Some of us are enslaved to glory, others to money, but there are also a few people who devote themselves wholly to the study of the universe, believing everything else to be trivial in comparison. These call themselves students of wisdom. In other words, philosophers. And just as a festival attracts individuals of the finest type who just watch the proceedings without a thought of getting anything for themselves, so, too, in life generally, the contemplation and study of nature are far superior to the whole range of other human activities. Nor did Pythagoras only invent the name of philosophy, for he extended its subject matter as well. After engaging in these discussions at Phlius, he went on to Italy, where he enriched both the private and public life of the Greek part of the country. Greater Greece, as we call it, with superb institutions and arts. I hope to say something about these doctrines on another occasion. From its earliest beginnings right down to the time of Socrates, who attended the lectures of Anaxagoras' pupil Archelaus, philosophy was accustomed to dealing with numerical questions and the laws of movement and the problems of creation and decline. Its practitioners also meticulously invested the dimensions of the stars and the distances which separate one from the other, and the nature of their orbits, and generally every sort of astronomical phenomena. Socrates, however, took the initiative in summoning philosophy down from the heavens. He transferred it to the actual cities inhabited by mankind and moved it right into people's own homes. And it compelled it to ask questions about how one ought to live and behave, and what is good and what is bad. The variety of his methods of discussion and the complexity of his material and the greatness of his genius, all of which have been immortalized in Plato's writings, caused the emergence of a number of different philosophical schools putting forward contradictory views. The school I myself have particularly followed is the one in which my view comes closest to Socrates in its methods. It allows me to refrain from expressing a personal opinion of my own while I am at liberty to correct other people's mistakes and make my own search for the most probable solution, whatever subject may happen to be involved. This was the approach employed by Carnides with great penetration and eloquence, and I have repeatedly made use of it myself. Indeed, I have been employing this very method now in these conversations of ours here in Tusculum. Side quick note that explains why people act and behave in the way they do. Conversations. They've actually adopted a old philosophical way of interacting and learning. Many people keep the view of themselves, their personal life, completely void and out of the discussion, and they will completely attack somebody else's character. They will overtly question it, and so forth and so on. And what we just read explains where that actual type of interaction started. It's an old philosophical way of living. They're living like, yeah. The talks which occupied us for the first 4 days I have put into writing, and I sent them on to you. When the fifth day came, we sat down once again at the same spot and discussed what subject we should take next. This is how our conversation went. Friend, I don't believe that's just going to be good enough in itself to make anyone happy. Cicero, in response, you don't. Well, let me tell you that my friend Brutus believes it, and if you don't mind my saying so, I consider his opinion far more valuable than yours. That is what I should expect, but we aren't concerned at the moment with your affection for Brutus. The point before us now is the denial I have just expressed, and that is what I should like you to consider. So you really mean that moral goodness is not capable by itself of creating a happy life? Yes, I insist that it can't do any such thing. Tell me this then. Would you agree that being good is the same thing as living virtuously, honorably, laudably, and in a word, well? Well, of course, because a person is quite capable of living virtuously, honorably, laudably, and well even when he is being tortured, provided you appreciate the sense in which I am now using the word well. What I mean it to convey is staunchness, dignity, wisdom, courage. For these are qualities that need not desert a man even when he is being tormented on the rack. Whereas, on the other hand, that is certainly not an experience the happy life aspires to. I see. Are you saying then that when staunchness, dignity, courage, wisdom, and all other virtues are hurried along to the torturer and do not flinch from even the most dreadful torments and pains, happiness stays behind on the threshold outside the prison walls? If you want to establish your point, you will really have to look for some new arguments. The ones you've just put forward totally fail to impress me. They're hacking for one thing, and besides, these Stoic maxims remind me of a light wine, which is no good in water. They are better sipped than drained in deep draughts. Take your band of virtues, for example, and their willingness to be tormented on the rack. This makes a very edifying spectacle, and one is tempted to conclude that happiness will surely rush off to join them because it will feel they ought not to be abandoned. But when you turn your gaze away from this allegorical picture and instead look at the hard facts, there remains this plain question: how can anyone who is being tortured possibly be happy? And that is the question we now have to ask. As for the virtues, there's no need to worry about the possibility of their complaining and lamenting because happiness has failed to stay with them. Because an essential element in every virtue is prudence, and prudence is perfectly capable, unaided, of detecting that it is not truly to say that all good men are happy. It will easily be, for example, to recall everything that happened to Marcus Aurelius and Quintus Carpio and Manius Aquilius, whose fates prove that precisely the contrary is the case. Consequently, the endeavors by happiness to place itself on the rack are thwarted by prudence, which declares that it has nothing whatever to do with the pain and torture. Very well. You are at liberty to take that line if you want to, although it's not quite playing fair when you lay down in advance the way in which you want me to conduct my inquiry. However, there's one thing that I do feel impelled to ask. Would you consider that our discussions on the previous days achieved any results or not? Certainly they did, and substantial ones too. Well, if that is so, we are surely ought to regard this particular question as having been already thrashed out and settled for good. Whatever do you mean? I mean this. We concluded that violent commotions and upheavals of the soul, when it is agitated and troubled by some irrational impulse or other, are altogether incapable with happiness or incompatible with happiness. For example, anyone who fears pain or death must inevitably be unhappy, because pain is a frequent occurrence and death always hovers not far off. Or if, as happens all too often, a man is afraid of poverty, disgrace, and scandal, if he is terrified of bodily collapse and blindness and slavery, a disaster which often overtakes not merely individuals but whole powerful communities. No one, surely, who suffers from terrors such as these can possibly be happy. And then there are the people who are not just frightened that these things will descend upon them in the future, but who actually have to support and endure such onslaughts here and now. And exile, if you wish, to the list of the troubles, and bereavement and childlessness. How can somebody suffering from such afflictions be anything but exceptionally unhappy? Or when you see a man driven to a mad frenzy by lust, so that he plunges himself insatiably into every sort of sensuality, and still the deeper the draughts he takes from every source, the more furious and rabid his thirst becomes. There, obviously, is another thoroughly unhappy man. And consider the person who lets frivolous things dominate them completely until they become quite beside himself with all their pointless amusements and stupid crazes. Such an individual may believe themselves to be living happily, but the more they are convinced that this is so, the more desperately miserable their existence really is. Now, the exact opposites to these unhappy people are the happy ones who are alarmed by no fears, anguished by no distresses, disturbed by no cravings, dissolved into no voluptuous languors by fatuous transports of delight. When there is not the smallest breeze to ruffle the waves of the sea, one speaks of it as calm, and in the same way you are entitled to describe the condition of the soul as peaceful when no agitation disturbs the tranquility. If therefore there exists any man who is capable of regarding all the hazards and accidents of fortune and human life as endurable, a man moreover who is troubled neither by fear nor by distress nor by passion, a man who all empty pleasures of whatever kind leave utterly cold, then if such person exists, There is every reason by which he should be happy, and the fact that this can be achieved by what is morally right leads up to the further point that this sort of goodness is enough by itself and without any additional factor to bring happiness to anyone in the world. Yes, one point at least is indisputable. That is to say, there's no denying that people who have no fears or distress or desires or immoderate pleasures are happy. This I grant you. And the point you mentioned earlier that an absence of disturbances in the soul is the source of true wisdom does not need arguing out again from the beginning because it was already established in our earlier discussions. So that is that, then, we seem to have reached the conclusion of our inquiry. Very nearly so, at any rate, but not quite all the same, because that is how mathematicians would react, not philosophers. For when geometricians want to demonstrate some proposition, they take every relevant point they have dealt with in earlier demonstrations as granted and proved, and only go on to handle the matters which have not been considered before. Philosophers, on the other hand, when they have a problem to deal with, collect together and analyze all the points that are relevant to its solution, even if they have been the subjects of previous discussions. If this had not been their practice, you would never find a Stoic going on at such length about the question whether moral goodness is enough to ensure the happy life. It would be enough for him to refer back to his previous demonstration that nothing is good except that is morally good, adding that once this point has been proved, it follows that moral goodness is enough by itself to create the happy life, and then, in just the same way as the second of those propositions is followed from the first, the fact that moral goodness is sufficient to produce happiness leads to the third conclusion that moral goodness is the only sort of good that there is. However, that is not, in fact, the way that Stoics proceed. Instead, their books allocate out one separate set of studies to moral goodness and another set to the supreme good. And although it emerges from these studies that moral goodness is powerful enough to create happiness, nevertheless they reserve independent treatment for that question as well. Every single proposition, that is to say, has to be handled with its own different arguments and special appropriate considerations, all the more so when the matter is as important as this one. For you must appreciate that what we are speaking of is the most glorious maxim, the most magnificent and fruitful promise that has ever been pronounced in the entire history of philosophy. For what does the promise amount to? This, that, heaven willing, philosophy will ensure that the man who has obeyed its laws shall never fail to be armed against the hazards of fortune, that they shall possess and control within his own self every possible guarantee for a satisfactory and happy life. In other words, that they shall always be a happy man. The question how far philosophy actually keeps their promise I must reserve for some later occasion. Meanwhile, I would place on record that the mere fact that the promise has been given is already a matter of the very first importance. The certainty that there is no gift in the world which can offer the same assurances is moral goodness is admirably illustrated by the story of Xerxes. Here was a man loaded with every privilege and favor that fortune could offer, but all his cavalry and infantry and fleets of ships and boundless stores of gold were not enough to satisfy him, and so he offered a reward to anyone who could discover some pleasure that was altogether new. Yet even if such a thing had been found, he still would not have been content, for such cravings cannot ever be sated. But I, on the other hand, would like us to offer a reward for the discovery of something totally different, a way of making it really abundantly clear to everyone that moral goodness is enough to ensure a happy life. Yes, I too am very keen that we should demonstrate that, but meanwhile I've got a small request to make of you. I entirely agree that the two propositions you put forward follow from one another. That is to say, first, if moral good is the only good, then moral good is what? creates happiness, and conversely, if moral goodness is what creates happiness, moral good is the only good. However, your friend Brutus, basing himself on Aristus and Antilochus, is not fully in agreement here. He believes certainly that moral good does create happiness, yet he is also prepared to concede that there are other sorts of goodness in addition to moral good. What do you want me to do then? Do you expect me to contradict Brutus? No, you do whatever you think fit. I'm certainly not going to prescribe how you ought to set about it. Well, then the question, who is the more consistent, Brutus or myself? We will talk about some other time, but as to the point you mentioned, I have often had occasion to disagree with Autolycus and also recently with Aristus during my stay with him at Athens while I held my command. What I pointed out to them was that no one who is suffering experiences that can be correctly defined as bad could possibly be happy. And if afflictions that overtake one's body or things that go owing to the operations of chance have to be classified as bad, then it must be admitted that even the wisest of men are not exempt from bad experiences. But they tried to explain to me, and Antilochus has often repeated the same arguments in his writings, that moral goodness, while admittedly sufficient to produce a happy life, is not capable by itself of producing a supremely happy life. Most things, I was reminded, take their names from the elements that predominate in them, even when these are not present to the fullest possible extent. Take, for example, strength, health, wealth, honor, or glory. These are all spoken of by people in general, indefinite terms, with quantity of each that may be present in any specific case. Now, the same applies to the happy life. Even if it may fall short of perfect happiness, nevertheless, it is entitled to be called happy, when happiness is the constituent which greatly exceeds all others. This is not the moment to investigate that theory carefully, but I must just point out that it doesn't seem to me entirely consistent. For one thing, I don't understand what the happy man needs to make him happier, because if there is something missing, then the description of him as happy is wrong. And then consider the assertion that all things are viewed in terms of their major component and take their names from that. Sometimes this is true, certainly, but if, as we are told, there are three categories of good, there must be three categories of evil as well. Suppose then that a man is attacked by two of these sorts of evil. First, he is suffering gravely from external circumstances or from accident, and secondly, his body is overwhelmed and consumed by fearful pains. Is it really possible to say that a person involved in troubles such as these falls only a little short of a happy life, not to mention a supremely happy life? That is the position which Theophrastus found it impossible to defend. He was forced to conclude that floggings, tortures, the rack, banishment, childlessness contribute a great deal to making life miserable and unhappy. His feelings on the subject were pessimistic and depressed, and he had not the heart to clothe them in fine or grand language. Whether he was right to take that attitude is not the question we have to consider at the present moment. The point for us is that he was at least being logical. If you grant someone's premise, you have no right to reject what follows next. The premise of Theophrastus, who was, after all, a highly sophisticated and learned philosopher, was that goodness can be divided into three categories. Now, that is an assertion which has aroused little criticism, and yet everybody criticizes the deductions he derived from it. First of all, they take exception to his work on happiness, in which he offers a long discussion of the reasons why a man who is being tortured and racked is not in a position to achieve happiness at all. In the course of their study, Theophrastus is regarded as implying that the happy life has to keep right away from the Greek torture's wheel of torment. He does not he does not It is true at any point state this explicitly, yet what he does say amounts to the same thing. But once I have granted his point that bodily pains and ruinous accidental misfortunes must be regarded as evils, I do not see how I can then be angry with him for going on to deny that all good men are happy, seeing that these happenings, which he classifies as evils, can befall even the best of them. And then again, one philosopher after another writes books or delivers lectures attacking Theophrastus because in his Calisthernes he expresses approval of his saying, chance and not wisdom rules the life of man. His critics declare that this is the most demoralizing utterance that any philosopher has ever made. Quite true, and yet all the same the declaration is thoroughly logical, for if so much good depends on this body and so much else depends on sheer external accident, it is entirely consistent to conclude that chance, which is thus seen to dominate physical and non-physical occurrences alike, must be more powerful than any rational factor. Or do we prefer to follow Epicurus? He often makes imposing pronouncements for the very good reason that he does not bother to be too consistent or logical. For example, he praises plain living, that is good philosopher's language, but only if it is on the lips of Socrates or Antisthenes, not of the man who believes the supreme good is identical with pleasure. It is true that Epicurus then goes on to explain that no one can get pleasure out of life unless his conduct is honorable, wise, and just. This is thoroughly noble, the sort of thing that is very appropriate to philosophy, or rather it would be, if only he did not see these virtues of honor, wisdom, and justice in terms of pleasure. He made another splendid observation, too. Over a man who is wise, chance has little power, but the man who said that is also on record as asserting that pain is not merely the greatest of evils, but the only evil that there is. And yet it would be perfectly possible to imagine a situation in which a man was suffering the acutest pain, and at the very moment when he was uttering his loudest defiance of all that chance might bring. The same sentiment was expressed even more felicitously by his supporter Metrodorus. I've got the better of you, Fortune, he declared. I've captured and sealed off every possible route by which you could approach me. You can't get anywhere near. This would be an admirable sentiment in the mouths of Stoics like Aristo of Cereus or Zeno himself, who wholly identified evil with moral wickedness. But you, Metrodorus, were convinced that the only thing that can be described as good is what is piled up in the guts and entrails of the human body. According to you, the supreme good is sound physical health, plus the confident hope that nothing will interfere with it in the future. How on earth, then, can you suppose that you have cut off fortune's access? Your ideal might easily vanish into thin air at any moment. All the same, inexperienced people do get deceived by statements of this sort. The mere fact that they are uttered at all is enough to ensure that a considerable number of people are taken in. But anyone capable of accurate reasoning will not be satisfied just to listen to what this or that philosopher actually says. They will want to go on to consider the implications behind their remarks. Take, for example, the argument I have been putting forward in our present discussion that good men are always happy. What I mean by good men is clear enough. If someone is equipped and endowed with all the virtues, then they are not only wise, they are good as well. Now let us see what means to be happy. The happy man, I suggest, is someone who is equipped with all the things that are good, without the slightest admixture to what is bad. When we say happy, the essential significance we attach to this word is that everything that is bad shall be excluded and everything good shall be included. But goodness in the moral sense would not possess the capacity to create this condition if it were true that other kinds of goodness exist beside itself. For if they did exist, we should be attended by a host of evils, for that evidently is how we should have to regard them. I refer to poverty, failure, low birth, loneliness, bereavement, physical agony, ruined health, paralysis, blindness, national collapse, exile, slavery. All these states of affairs and other besides may easily befall even the wisest of men, since they are the products of chance from which no man, however wise, enjoys immunity. If therefore they really deserve the name of evils, it is quite impossible to maintain that a person who is wise will always be happy, because however wise they are, any of these happenings may very well overtake them at any moment, or indeed every single one of them all at the same time. Now Brutus and the men who were his and my teachers and earlier thinkers like Aristotle, Spesius, Xenocrates, and Polemo did reckon these things as evils. That being so, I cannot admit that they have any right to go on and make the further statement that the wise man is always happy. For since they are so keen on this fine and imposing epithet, wise, with it echoes of Pythagoras, Socrates, and Plato, it is imperative that they should also make every effort to stop being dazzled by physical strength, health, beauty, riches, honors, and possessions. They must learn to view these things with contempt instead. If they succeed in doing this, they will be able to disregard the so called evils that are the opposites of those alleged advantages, and then they will really be in a position to proclaim as loudly as they like that chance and public opinion and pain and poverty hold no terrors for them, and that they regard themselves as entirely self sufficient and refuse to attach the designation good to anything they do not completely control themselves. As it is, however, the people who hold such views cannot be allowed first to make the sort of pronouncements that are appropriate to noble and lofty personages, and then in the same breath to offer precisely the same definitions of good and evil as we are accustomed to hear from the ordinary unenlightened man in the street. Another writer who is fond of enunciating noble maxims is Epicurus, and even he, heaven forgive me for daring so mention the fact, likewise believes that the wise man is always happy. The beauty of the formula captivates him, but he could never have contrived to utter any such sentiment if only he listened to the words coming out of his own mouth. For it is the height of inconsistency for one and the same person to declare first that pain is the supreme or even the only evil, and secondly, that the wise man, when they are in torment of agony, will cry, "What a pleasant time I'm having!" Philosophers, in other words, must be judged by this or that individual's utterance they may choose to offer. They must be judged instead by all their different statements put together, and by the degree of consistency and coherence which this whole body of doctrine displays. You very nearly convince me. All the same, watch out, or you will get accused of inconsistency yourself. Why, what do you mean? I mean this. I've just been reading the fourth volume of your book on the chief good and evil. There you seem to me to be arguing in opposition to Cato, and there was no real difference between Zeno and the Peripatetic followers of Aristotle, except that Zeno had introduced some new terminology. And I agree with you, but if this is really so, and if Zeno, without damaging the rest of his argument, can declare that moral goodness is in a position to make life happy, why should the Peripatetics not be allowed to say the same? For surely we ought not merely to look at verbal points, but should examine the substance of the matter which lies between them. Ah, you're trying to refute me by quoting things I've said or written myself. That's confronting me with documents that have already been sealed. You can reserve that method for people who only argue according to fixed rules, but I live from one day to the next. If something strikes me as probable, I say it, and that is how, unlike everyone else, I remain a free agent. That was Cicero. Thank you. I am a mystery and a conundrum. I live and I just keep going, run, run. How can a mystic convince a person except but to just be who they are? And then the person wonders how did they do it? But it must be something else, for I cannot understand it. You see, that inquiry, that that seeking, how, why, how is he living? How does he pay? How does he get it from day to day? I want a job to just sit there and talk for 5 hours. I don't get paid for this. This is my life. People will always ask why. They will wonder why. And that is the importance of being uniquely you without having to explain every single little detail to every single question that's asked. Real important factor I learned in life, my mother taught me. If somebody asks me a question, I do not have to respond. I don't have to respond. It doesn't matter if I'm happy by the question, by entertained by the question, whether I don't want to share the. If somebody asks me a question, I don't have to respond. And I worked the 9 to 5. I worked the 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. back to back, day after day. I did the grind. I wore the uniform of another man. And now I dress up as who I am because that surprise, that question, that curio in people's minds, that is what is going to start their journey. That's how their quest of life begins because they now, out of every movie, out of every story, out of everything that they go through in life after running into someone such as, they're going to be wondering why, how, what's the background, what's the message, what's going on. They want to know. They want to know. And so they're going to be hungry, that inquiry, that search. That is the oil. We've read this in different incantations and other things. It is the oil, that inquiry is the oil in which is going to loosen the hinges on that rusted, on that door, so you can actually open it and find that truth. the experience of finding that truth on one's own, now that's a real rebirth. That's a real stepped onto the next plane of existence. That's something that you feel, a person feels, ooh, I worked for that. I earned that. I'm going to protect that. And that's why being yourself, maybe it's a small thing at first and it develops over years. Maybe it's a complete shock to everybody you've ever known and whatever it is you desire to be and live as. And that's how you get other people wondering and curious. And, anyways, I was really enjoying Cicero here. I'm gonna jump back to Cicero. I do gotta say, one person made a comment in the chat, and they said, "What are you doing, trying to break the Guinness Book record for longest consecutive reading?" Okay, now I don't care about no world record, whatever the record is. I don't care. However, it's been in my mind to read mantras and stotras and sahasranamas, all types of hymns, songs, poems of blessings for 24 straight hours. Like, I've had the chance to, like I don't know, it's on my bucket list, I guess, so I could care less about a record. I kind of like getting there first. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. All the same, since we were speaking of consistency a little while back, I don't think that this is quite the moment to ask whether Zeno and his disciples, Aristo of Chios, were right in thinking there is no good but the morally good. But I do feel it is appropriate to ask, on the assumption that they were correct, whether logic does not require a further conclusion, that the happy life must depend on moral goodness and nothing else. However, let us at this point be content to concede Brutus the right and declare that the wise man is always happy. Keeping an eye on his logic is his own business. The precept is a glorious one, and who deserves its glory better than he? But we, for our part, must hold fast to the additional doctrine that this happiness which the wise man has in his grasp is happiness to a complete supreme degree. If, however, you may happen to feel that Zeno of Cirtium was just a mere foreigner, an obscure coiner of words who somehow intruded his way into ancient philosophy, then instead you can go right back, if you like, to the authority of Plato himself, and there you will find exactly the same weighty principle, because Plato returns again and again to the assertion that moral good is the only good. In his Gorgias, for example, when Socrates was asked whether he regarded Perdiccas' son, King Archelaus, then considered the most fortunate person alive, as a happy man, he replied, "I can't say. I've never spoken to him." "What do you mean? Haven't you any other way of deciding?" "No." "Do you mean that you can't even say if the great king of Persia is happy? How can I, when I don't know how well educated he is or how good? What do you really think? Those are the things happiness depends on." Yes, I am absolutely convinced that good men are happy and bad men are miserable. Is Archelaus miserable then? Certainly, if he is bad. So Socrates, as you see, makes happiness entirely dependent on moral goodness. And then consider what he said in his funeral oration. The man who is entirely self sufficient as regards all the necessary ingredients for leading a happy life, so that these do not in any way depend on other people's good or bad luck, or dangle at the uncertain mercy of someone else's fortune. He is the person who has found the right way to live. He has done so by making himself an exemplar of moderation, courage, and wisdom. Such a man as his possessions wax and wane, and his children are born and die, will obediently submit to the ancient maxim which directs them to avoid extremes either of joy or grief, for they will always limit their hopes to the things of his own unaided efforts can achieve. That is the doctrine formulated by Plato. It is like a venerated holy fountain, and everything I shall have to say will flow from it. Our surest starting point is nature, the common parent of us all. All things that nature has brought into being, not only those which are adamant, but every one of the other things too which emerge out of the earth but remain attached to it by their roots, all of these have been ordained by their being gathered to be perfect, each after his own kind, and so by nature ordinance. Some of the trees and vines, and some also of those humbler plants which cannot lift themselves much above the ground, are evergreen, whereas others get stripped bare in winter until the springtime comes to bring them warmth and clothe them in leaves again, thanks to an internal urge which impels the seed folded away inside each of these trees and shrubs. Each one of them eventually puts forth its flowers or its fruits or its berries, and each one of them, too, if allowed to develop unimpeded, attains its own sort of perfection. But the unalloyed power of nature appears most clearly of all in animals, because nature has endowed them with sensation. It has decreed that some shall swim the inhabit and inhabit the water, others shall fly and enjoy the freedom of the heavens, others again shall creep or walk, and among those which walk nature has willed that some shall range alone, and some herd together. Some shall be wild and some tame, and others again shall live hidden lives and burrow beneath the earth. And all these categories of living being, each holding fast to its own established course and keeping itself distinct from other types of existence, abide equally by the law of nature, which has given to each kind its special distinguishing feature to retain permanently as its own peculiar possession. Man, however, has been endowed with something more outstanding, yet it would be better, perhaps, to reserve the term outstanding for things which admit of some comparison, whereas the human soul admits of none. Since, being derived from the divine mind, it can only be compared, if such a suggestion is permissible, with God Himself. Once, therefore, this human soul has received the appropriate training, once its vision has been seen to so as to make sure it is blinded by no errors, the result will be perfect mind, flawless reason, which is the same thing as perfect moral goodness. And if the essence of happiness is that everything has to be complete, nothing missing, all filled up to its utmost capacity, and if those are also precisely the characteristics of moral goodness, then evidently all good men are happy. Up to this point, then, I am in agreement with Brutus, that is to say, with Aristotle, Xenocrates, Cephalus, and Polemo. But hereafter I part from them, because I next have to assert that the good men are not only happy, but supremely happy. A man who has confidence in the good things inherit in their own self possessions all the necessities for the happy life. But once anyone starts trying to divide good into three categories, they must inevitably be lacking in such confidence. For how can they possibly feel certain about the other alleged kinds of good, the future of their health, or the durability of their luck? And yet, unless a good thing is durable and stable and lasting, it is quite impossible for its possessor to be happy. Whereas there is no durability whatever in those bodily and external or accidental things, which occupy two of the three categories these philosophers insist upon. Such people remind me of a certain Spartan who once heard a trader boasting of the large number of ships he had dispatched to many a distant coast. When the Spartan had listened to all of this, he made a single comment: "Your fortunes depend on hussars, and that's an enviable situation. For nothing that there is the slightest possibility of eventually losing can be regarded as an ingredient of a happy life. It is inconceivable that any of the elements that make for happiness could ever be shriveled up, snuffed out, annihilated. For once a man starts fearing that one of these supposedly good possessions is going to vanish, it is out of the question for them to be happy any longer. For the happy man, as I see, has to be safe, secure, inconquerable, impregnable, a man whose fears are not just insignificant, but non existent. When we describe an individual as innocent, we are not envisioning somebody who is guilty of minor offenses, but a person who has not committed any at all. And by the same token, a fearless character is not someone who is only frightened of a few things. They are the individual who is frightened of nothing whatever. That is what courage really means. It is the quality which enables one to face dangers and endure trouble and pain without feeling the slightest fear. Now, these are characteristics which simply could not exist if there were any valid standards of what is good and bad other than the moral standard, because if such other standards existed, it would be impossible for anyone who was assailed or menaced by disasters to enjoy that supreme object of our desires and aspirations. Tranquility, by which I mean the absence of distress, that is to say, the state which constitutes happiness. A man who lacks the absolute certainty that everything depends on themselves and themselves alone is in no condition to hold their head high and disdain whatever hazards the chances of human life may inflict. When Philip of Macedonia sent a letter to the Spartans, threatening to prevent them from acting in a way they wished to, they wrote back and asked if he proposed also to prevent them from dying. And they who took this brave line were a whole community. So it ought to be a good deal easier to find one single individual prepared to adopt the same intrepid attitude. So much then for courage, supplemented with self control, the power to keep every emotion in check, and then every ingredient you could need for the happy life is yours. For you will have courage as your defense against distress and fear, and self control to liberate you from sensuality and keep you free from immoderate cravings. At this point, I could go on to demonstrate that both these virtues are aspects of moral goodness, and I'm going to read this again. For you will have courage as your defense against distress and fear, and self control to liberate you from sensuality and keep you free from immoderate cravings. Though I submit that this is not necessary, since our discussions on the previous days have made the point perfectly plain of needing to demonstrate this. In contrast to tranquility, which brings happiness, mental and emotional disturbances make people wretched. Such disturbances can be of two kinds: distress and fear for supposed imagery, evils, and extravagant pleasures and crazes, for things that are mistakenly interpreted as good. But all conditions of this kind are completely at variance with rational sense. They are merely disagreeable, and incidentally, one such feeling diametrically contradicts another. So it is perfectly legitimate to identify the freedom from such disturbances with happiness. Consequently, a wise man or woman, that is to say, one who enjoys the exemption permanently, cannot fail to be happy. All good things are enjoyable. What is enjoyable deserves credit and pride. That is to say, it is glorious, and if so, it must be praiseworthy. What is praiseworthy has to be morally good. Therefore, goodness means moral goodness. The people have been speaking about are prepared to talk of certain good things which fall outside the category of the morally good. But in fact, moral good is the only good, from which it follows that happiness depends on moral goodness and nothing else whatever. Also, for the other so called good things, it is erroneous to describe or regard them as good, since it is perfectly possible to possess them in abundance and still to be miserable all the same. Imagine a man who is favored with excellent health, great physical strength, and extremely good looks, and whose senses are all vigorous and active. Then throw in wealth, distinctions, great offices of state, power, and glory. But suppose also that the person thus endowed is at the same time unjust, intemperate, cowardly, and slow witted or downright stupid. You will surely have to admit that he is an unhappy person. Well, then, if someone can be loaded with all those worldly honors and still be exceedingly unhappy, it would be surely quite wrong to classify them as good. Take a heap of grain, any sort you like, and look at its ingredients. The particular kind of grain it contains gives its name to the whole heap. The same applies to happiness. Its components are of the same material as itself. In other words, they are all good things, that is to say, morally good. They cannot be a mixture of various different elements because no such mixture would add up to a total of moral goodness, and that is the total that you have got to have, since otherwise you have not got happiness. For everything that is good is desirable. What is desirable deserves approval. What deserves approval, acceptable, and welcome. And what is acceptable and welcome must be regarded as possessing excellence. But if it is excellence, it must necessarily be praiseworthy, and from this it again follows that there is no good but moral good. Unless we adhere firmly to this conclusion, the things we have to call good form a very heterogeneous collection. We can disregard wealth, which I do not include in this category of good things because anyone, however unworthy, can get a hold of it. And that could never be true of the things that are really good. I will likewise leave renown and popularity out of the list, since all that is needed to acquire them is for a stupid or mischievous crowd to shout loud enough. But consider instead certain things of trifling significance which people are accustomed to describe as good, such as nice white teeth or attractive eyes or an agreeable complexion, or the attributes praised by Anticlea when she was washing the feet of Ulysses, a pleasant way of talking, and softness of skin. If we are really prepared to allow the term good to be used in that sort of context, I cannot see how our supposedly serious philosophers are likely to produce anything more significant and elevated than that emerges from the foolish sentiments of the common herd. But wait a minute. Although the Peripatetics include these things among the good, the Stoics prefer to describe them as advantageous or preferable. Yes, and as the later term applies, these Stoics carefully avoid suggesting that the possessions in question are an indispensable element in happiness. The Peripatetics, on the other hand, declare that the happy, or at any rate the supremely happy, life cannot possibly exist without them. But I maintain exactly the opposite. Supreme happiness does not need them at all. I have Socrates' well known demonstration to support me, for according to that prince of philosophers, the disposition of a man's soul indicates the man, The man indicates their speech, and the speech indicates the actions. The actions indicate their life. Since then, the disposition of a good man's soul is laudable. The same applies to their life. Their life is therefore morally good. And so, once again, we come to the conclusion that the good people are happy. For heaven knows, unless we were talking merely to amuse ourselves and pass the time, our previous discussions ought to have convinced us by now that the wise person is free from all those disturbances of the soul which I describe as passions. His heart is full of tranquil calm forever, and anyone who is self controlled, unwavering, fearless, undistressed, the victim of no cravings or desires, must inevitably be happy. But that is precisely the description of a wise man, which is the same thing, therefore, as saying a happy man. Again, a person who is good cannot fail to measure everything he does, and feels by the standard that they regard as praiseworthy. But they also measure everything by happiness. So the happy life is praiseworthy, but nothing is praiseworthy unless it is morally good, on which therefore happiness entirely depends. You can reach the same conclusion by another route as well. A life that is unhappy, or one that is neither unhappy nor happy, does not contain anything deserving of praise or commendation. Yet some people's lives do contain achievements which merit such commendation and glorification. Think of Epaminondas, who was able to declare, "My counsels shared the renown of the Spartans, and the elder Scipio Africanus, from the place where the sun rises above the Meotian marsh to farthest west. There is no man on earth who could match my deeds. If such claims were justified, lives such as theirs which earn fame and renown are happy lives, for the only thing worth praising and glorifying is happiness, and you see the implications of this. Suppose that happiness were not absolutely synonymous with moral goodness, and yet the people I am arguing against will surely at the very least have to concede that moral goodness is the best thing that there is, that it ranks above everything else. If therefore happiness and moral goodness are not identical, it would be necessary to suppose that there is something morally better than the happy life, which would be an utterly nonsensical conclusion. Now, my opponents admit that moral badness is enough to make life miserable. So must it not also be admitted that moral goodness has just as much power to make it happy, for from opposites follow opposite conclusions. I really enjoy, because on my journey, I didn't have any of these books. I didn't know any of this information. Not the way that it's presented, not the way you're hearing it, not the way you've looked into it, not the way that you know it. My brain don't remember stuff like that. Shoot, I can't quote myself. I mean, some things I just get into the habit of doing. That's my life. I'm used to living my life. I'm not used to memorizing an album name and how long the track was and the name of it, and that's not how I work. I've written, published, have a book I myself wrote as the divine love language, and I did that before I got into any of ancient Egyptian or Cicero or any of that stuff. And then I start reading these books, and I'm like, bro, somebody thought about the same stuff I thought about. And I'm like, yep, that's where I'm at. Yep, that's where I'm at. And sometimes I'm like, no, I hit that stage, and I found somewhere else. I went forward, And for me, from my personal perspective, from my own perspective on my adventure of life, everything I studied, not studied, everything I thought about being a philosopher. I thought about, like, I grew up in religion and I was just stuck in there, and they were like, don't listen to anybody else and just stay right in here and don't think anything else. And that's the devil, and we don't talk to the devil because that's evil. And so we stay right here. Nope, that's the devil too. That's the world. We don't mess with the world. We stay in our bubble. And so, like, I stayed in that bubble. But, and and when I left that bubble, and I started listening to others, just hearing their ways of life and thinking about my own, and that little seed in me wanting to be a philosopher. Well, a philosopher, they do a lot of thinking. They compare a lot of notes. They compare this idea from that book to that idea, and they're in a state of thought and that wisdom course. They are on this, they are searching for wisdom. And before I got into tarot, before I got into all this stuff, I wrote my own book and I had these very ideas. I wrote a language because I thought nobody else had ideas that I had. And some of the words that I've described in grave detail in this book, I found nowhere else. I found this construct nowhere else. Other of most of it, I've found. Oh, there's a little Japan, ancient Japan. In India, ancient India, they have words. They're describing these processes that I'm talking about. And so it's amazing the things that I've thought about and then wind up getting a book years later and wind up reading it. And I'm like, dang, these things pretty much line up with exactly where I'm at and how worthy they are to share with all of that. I kind of, I enjoyed video games as a kid, and as my life moved forward, I started applying different aspects of those video games to my life. I mean, like, think about the little, like, foot soldier character that just, they always come back from level 1 to level 100. Like, that one character, they come back and they always have the same moves, bro. Same moves. So by level, like, whatever, you're just right on. You don't even take a hit from them. You're just on. And to me, that's life. Life is the same little foot soldier came, they gave me the same little attack, but this time they weren't a woman, they were a man, or this time they weren't a man, they were a woman, or this time it wasn't a child, it was an adult, or vice versa, or whatever. This time it was at work, that time it was at church, you know? And so being able to see those things by thinking about people's behaviors and seeing that nothing is stuck on a person's anything on the physical side. It's a spirit of consciousness, of realization, of growth as a human along their path. And we see somebody, we might be able to throw in a little idea, an experience, maybe a couple of words that's going to be just right for them on their journey. And most likely, maybe not. And we're in and out doing the good work. That's what it's all about right there. And my own comments on happiness, I gotta throw in is, for me, happiness is not the permanent state that I want to be in. I'm not saying I want to be upset or anything negative, though there was a portion in which Cicero was explaining where I was completely like 100 dude gets exactly what he's saying by happiness. I agree 100% with what he's explaining it as. Because this happiness comes in essentially, like going back to the card earlier, self-reliance. Self-reliance and being able to know that you can overcome an obstacle, a little foot soldier coming back to you, whether it be something small or big. You played the game 3 times, you mastered it, small, easy, medium, and difficult. You even did it on extreme, you beat it all. So even though that boss might come back around in this world in some other form or shape, we've taken them out. We know their strategies. We've seen that spirit. We've dealt with that energy. We don't need to get emotional. We know exactly what to do. Keep moving forward. Something I'll repeat from yesterday jumps in my mind. Be the cause, not the effect. You can choose not to be affected. You can choose to think, process, I don't like that, and not react at all. You could process and like an event happens, something happens, a loud noise or pop, whatever the case, and you freeze. Instead of acting out crazy or anything like that, what I did was I trained myself that in every moment of unusual chaotic noise, I'm going to freeze physically. I'm going to stop, and my ears and my eyes and all my senses go on immediate observation. I am completely aware of my surroundings. I'm not afraid. I'm not reacting. I'm not affected. I'm in a state of awareness. And as soon as my awareness goes, that's what's going down, and I can, okay, I keep moving on, or I could deal with that. I could work with that. I could, whatever's happening, I have a choice because I'm aware of what I'm going to do next. I'm not just being the effect. I'm not I'm not subject to somebody else's selfish desires anymore. That's what it gets to. Because for as long as somebody knows that their particular action can cause a particular effect upon you, then they can maneuver you to do things that benefit them that you have no idea about. That's how you stay that subjection to somebody's manipulation, their control, psychic control. And that's it. This is how you get out of that. That's how you cease being a part of all of that junk. You don't have to fight with it. You just need to become aware of what is there. Become aware of what is there. Become aware of what is there. That's a pretty good one. At least I think so. Thank you very much to our moderators and individuals helping the chat stay somewhat of a decent space. If at any moment you're as a moderator, if you're feeling overburdened or anything like that, uh, feel free to not be or to not worry about it. Or if you would like to send me an email, shoot me an email. Trying to check my spam folder and all of that. You know, sometimes I miss the emails in the spam folder. That just happens. So, trying to keep a better eye on that. So my email is setra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA. Or maybe you have any ideas or something you'd like me to do or change or whatever the case. Um, Usually I'm not thinking of other stuff out there. Anyways, open and available for contact there. Buffalo walking towards a store. Yeah, think so. I do have a makeup tutorial that is posted. It's in the short videos. It is a ways back. I guess I should repost it, huh? Buffalo. So just pulling it up, straight off the top. An esoteric proverb of the buffalo walking towards the storm is a profound metaphor for facing adversity, frequently summarized as cows run away from the storm while the buffalo charges towards it and gets through it quicker. The concept highlights a spiritual and psychological approach to life's challenges rather than just animal behavior. The core metaphor is again the cow approach is avoidance, running away on that end of things, because they move in the same direction as the storm. They stay in it longer, prolonging their pain and exposure in their attempt to avoid it. That's what happens. The buffalo's approach, being direct confrontation, is that in heading it on and by walking directly into it, they pass through the storm faster, minimizing the time they spend in the storm's discomfort. The esoteric and life lessons, community support. The buffalo charged the storm as a herd, symbolizing the importance of relying on community support during hard times. Resilience and transformation. In native traditions, the bison and buffalo represent strength and spiritual resilience. Facing the storm is a metaphor for transformation. The challenge cleanses and builds strength. The proactive versus reactive. The buffalo represents taking control of your destiny, whereas running away is a passive reaction to danger. Shorten the suffering. Avoiding problems like anxiety, hard conversations, or grief only prolongs them. And face your fears head on. The fastest way out of a difficult situation is usually through it, not around it. At least that's what popped up quickly on it without further research. Thanks. Good morning to all of those that were saying good morning and hello. Thanks for the positive comments and all that good stuff. Uh, good morrow indeed. I've found what I wind up doing in my situations is I do run right into the storm, and I'm like, shoot, storm, are you waiting? Are you gonna come out tomorrow? Because if you are, I'll shoot, come out tonight. I'll start interacting with you now. Come on, let's go. I'll call it out, kind of like, yo, let's start chatting. I'm here. And then when I see that storm, I run right into it. But I get to the center of the storm, and then like I camp there, like I follow the center of the storm, like I stay like the eye of the hurricane. I stay in that calm. Do it enough times, people think you crazy, but that's all right. You're at a state of peace and internal happiness. And when you get there, no man, no woman, no thing alive or inside you or outside of you can take that peace, that happiness away. Nothing can. And when that moment strikes for you in life, and it's likely to. It is likely to. Everything changes for the better. It really does. Because for me, I don't see death, I don't see failure at the end of a conflict or at the end of a journey or a moment or some type of experience in life, but I more so see transformation. I look at the transformation. It's not that I'm planning on transforming. It's not that I'm gonna become this and that's what I'm transforming into. but awakening those energy centers within the body, those dormant energy centers, which allow me to truly, yes, as we were mentioned with the buffalo, with the bite, they taking one's own life into their own hands, making those decisions, making those choices. Uh, yeah, 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 yeah. And it's kind of funny they call it the eye of the storm, the eye of the hurricane. Out of all the things that they could have called it, they called it the eye, the sight, the seeing everything around you. Interesting. Mm-hmm. 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 What do you do for a living? I live. I live. That's what I do for a living. And I encourage that for everybody I talk to. People often ask me when I'm walking down the street, they say, "Why are you dressed up?" And I'm like, "I'm dressed up for life." And I don't ask it, but it's always in my mind. Why aren't you dressed up? Something get you, something control you, something make you say you gotta dress down. What made you not want to have fun in life? What beat you over and over and over to where you don't have the courage to do what you want to do? Because if you could truly do what you wanted to do and you had a free thinking mind and a spirit that was unattached and unbound to unnecessary ways of low negative vibes, you wouldn't be dressed the way you were. You'd be having a lot more fun. You'd be happy. You'd be talking wiser things and not asking questions. But those questions are obvious, those answers are obvious, so I don't ask those questions. But I encourage the positivity to change, to see a different perspective. That's for sure. I've been reading Cicero, Cicero. Mm, that's where we are. Okay, cool. But truly, happiness converts into kindness and consideration and so many other healthy behaviors, healthy morals. And these can be seen in other people. In my past, I would give people the benefit of the doubt. I would say, I'm going to help this person. I'm going to do the good deed without saying it. Well, this person just doesn't know any better. Maybe they never had the help. Let me go out of my way to extend myself to help this person. And after a certain thing happened in my life, it was the last significant relationship I was in. After trying to help somebody for 6 solid years, healers work for 6 solid years. Healers work, positivity, 6 solid years. Healers work. And to literally have somebody disregard all of that effort, all of that patience, all of that love to through horrendous continued actions. I I I I I said, you know what? If I get a lickety split hint that somebody don't want my help, I'm done thinking about them. Done. Just completely done. Like my brain, my energy, everything don't go there. It's done. Because I have experienced watering that garden over and over and over, putting all my resources in there and not getting nothing back. So now I pay attention to whether somebody actually wants that. How do you know if somebody wants to learn? How do you know if somebody really wants to take in? Like if they come and they ask questions, how am I able to decipher whether their questions are helping them to grow or whether their questions are working to be some type of verbal or emotional attack, some type of belittlement? Because when I start talking, the one who wants to learn, and this goes for anybody out there, when you start talking, the one who truly wants to learn, the one who's truly trying to grow and benefit, they're going to shut their mouth. They might be, oh yeah, bro, I'm right there with you. Yup. And they're going to listen. But somebody who truly is trying to belittle you, before you get done answering the question in totality, they're going to come along and they're going to ask another question. And before you're done answering that question, they're going to come in, they're going to ask another question, and another question, and another question, and another question. And their questions are never going to see, this is never going to be satisfied. Because truly their questioning has actually sent you into chasing your mind. And now that you're stuck wanting to finish up the first thing they ever asked, and the answer you originally had to give, even though you put that on the shelf, they've asked you 10 questions since. They don't want to know. They don't want to learn. They want to interrupt and confuse you because there's some part of them that they're not happy because they don't have it. They have no moral proper sense. And thus leads to why their comments are complaintive, downgrading, demoralizing, downright sadistic. Anyways, I mean, thank you so much, Lambo. I mean, like, some people are foolish. And that's what I mean by moving forward. Sometimes you got to do a little dance as you move forward, entertain yourself. Anyways, I'm gonna do this and do that and do this, and then I'm gonna start reading. I'm gonna start reading. Yes. Okay. At this point, I would ask you to consider the significance of those famous scales of Cradles. If the good things of the spirit, the morally good things, are placed in one of the scales, and what he regards as the good things of the body plus accidental external good things in the other. They maintain the first scale sinks so much lower than the second that the whole earth and all the oceans together would not be enough to redress the balance. Well, in that case, why ever did the philosopher who tells us this and the eminent Xenocrates who attaches the same immense importance to moral goodness? So much so that he depreciates and disregards everything else in the world, fight shy of basing not just the happy life, but the supremely happy life on moral goodness and moral goodness only. Because if you do take any other line, it is going to mean, in effect, that you are wiping out moral standards altogether. Consider, for example, a man who is morally imperfect enough to feel distress. Then they are also certain to feel fear. Well, since fear is the anxious anticipation of distress to come. And if they are likely to feel fear, that is the same as admitting that they are susceptible to every sort of panic, faint heartedness, hysteria, and cowardice. In other words, they will be the sort of person who gets the worst of things. Not for them the saying of Atreus, in the life let men be vigilant never to know defeat. On the contrary, as I say, the man we have in mind will be defeated, for they are bound to be reduced to a state of slavery, whereas moral goodness, according to my interpretation, is essentially something free and undefeated. The whole point of morality is its independence. And here is something else. If moral goodness is sufficient to guarantee a good life, it follows that the same quality is also sufficient to guarantee a happy one. Now, one aspect of moral goodness, quite evidently, is courage, and courage is merely another word for the superiority of character, which makes it impossible for a person to feel afraid or to be worsted by setbacks. No one, then, who possesses these qualities will ever have any regrets about anything, or feel the absence of anything, or find anything getting in their way. Instead, their entire life will be rich, complete, successful. In other words, happy. Folly, even after it has attained what it was seeking for, is still never satisfied. But wisdom is invariably contented with what it has got. It never has anything to feel sorry about. How would you compare Gaius Laus, who was elected to one consulship and one only, and even that after an initial rebuff? But what I am saying is this: would you prefer, given the choice, to be consul once, like Laus, or four times, like Siena? I am sure I can guess what you would answer, but I know the man I am talking to. But it is not a question I would confidently put to everybody. Someone else might well reply that they would certainly prefer four consulships to one, and what is more, they might rank one single day of Serna's existence above many famous citizens' entire lives put together. A person who held that sort of view would make it their business to ensure that Larius, if he had so much as laid a finger on any single individual, would have to answer for it in no uncertain fashion, whereas Siena, on the other hand, was the man who actually gave orders that his own counselor, colleague, Cnaeus Octavius, should have his head cut off, and not only Octavius, but Publius Crassus and Lucius Caesar too, men of approved distinction in peace and warlike, as well as Marcus Antonius, who was the greatest orator I have ever heard, and Caius Caesar, who seemed to me a paragon of enlightenment, wit, agreeableness, and charm. How can the creature who killed men of that stature be described as happy? To my mind, on the contrary, he seems wretched, partly because of what he did, and partly because it was he who was responsible for causing this state of affairs, which allowed him to do such things, to develop in the first place. I say which allowed him, but when we talk of people being allowed to do things, meaning that they have got the power to do them, we are using inaccurate language because, strictly speaking, if something is wrong, no one is allowed to do it at all. Was Gaius Marius happier on the day when he shared the glory of conquering the Cimbri with his colleague Catullus, who was almost the second Laelius? Because I feel the two men were really very much alike. Or when rabid victor over his own fellow citizens, he received an appeal for mercy from the relatives of Catullus and replied, not just once, but over and over again, let him die. In that situation, the victim of such impious words was happier than the man who gave the criminal command, for it is better to suffer an injury than to commit one, and it is also better to move forward a little as Catullus did, to encounter a death that is in a way not far off, than to act like Marius and put a great man to death. It was a deed that obliterated the glory of 6 consulships and defiled the last days of his life. Consider the case of Dionysius. He became tyrant of Syracuse at the age of 25 and remained in power for 38 years. It was a superb and immensely wealthy city, and he held it down in slavery. It is true that he lived a temperate enough life, as we are told by reliable writers, and that he was an efficient and hard-working administrator, but his character was evil and malevolent. And for this reason, it is impossible for anyone with a clear eye for the truth to avoid regarding him as a supremely unhappy man. For even at a time when he believed that nothing in the world was beyond his powers, he failed to get what he wanted. Although historians disagree on the point, it appears that his origins were respectable, indeed excellent. Moreover, in addition to extensive family connections, he possessed many friends among his contemporaries. He also had amorous relationships with young men in the manner of the Greeks, but he did not feel able to trust a single one of his associates. Instead, he placed his personal security in the care of slaves, whom he had picked out in the households of wealthy citizens and set free. And he also enrolled in his bodyguard fugitives on the run and uncouth savages. In other words, Dionysius' determination to maintain his tyrannical rule virtually caused him to shut himself up in a prison. He even refused to entrust his throat to the mercy of a barber, ordering his daughters to shave him instead. So these young princesses had to perform the humble and menial job of trimming their father's beard and head as if they were hairdressers' assistants. However, when the girls grew up, he felt unhappy about letting them have the use of iron instruments, and instead got them to singe his beard and hair with heated walnut shells. Dionysius had 2 wives, Aristomach, Martha, and who was a Syracusan like himself, and Doris from Locri whenever he visited either of these ladies at night. He first had a thorough inspection and search made of their rooms. Round his own bedroom he arranged for a wide trench to be dug. It could only be crossed by a wooden gangway, which he himself drew inside the door every time he wanted to shut himself in. As for his official appearances, he did not dare to appear on the public platform, but used to climb up a high tower whenever he wanted to address his subjects. He was very fond of playing ball games, and the story goes that once, when he was about to take off his tunic for a game, he handed his sword to a youth whom he loved very dearly. One of his friends said as a joke, "Here at least is someone you are prepared to trust your life to." And the young man smiled, but Dionysius ordered both of them to be executed. The man who had made the remark because he had pointed out a way in which the king could be assassinated, and the youth because by smiling he had implied approval of what the other had said. This action caused Dionysius great sorrow than anything else that happened throughout his entire life, because he had ordered the death of a person whom he deeply loved. The story illustrates the contradictory nature of a tyrant's urges. You can only satisfy one at the expense of another. Indeed, Dionysius himself pronounced judgment on whether he was happy or not. He was talking to one of his flatterers, a man called Damocles, who enlarged on the monarch's wealth and power. The splendors of his despotic regime the immensity of his resources and the magnificence of his palace. Never, he declared, had there been a happier man. Very well, Damocles, replied the ruler. Since my life strikes you as so attractive, would you care to have a taste of it yourself and see what my way of living is really like? Damocles agreed with pleasure, and so Dionysius had him installed on a golden couch covered with a superb woven coverlet embroidered with beautiful designs, and besides the couch was placed an array of sideboards loaded with chased gold and silver plate. He ordered that boys chosen for their exceptional beauty should stand by and wait on Damocles at the table, and they were instructed to keep their eyes fastened attentively upon his every sign. There were perfumes and garlands and incense, and the tables were heaped up with the most elaborate feast. Damocles thought himself a truly fortunate person, but in the midst of all this splendor, directly above the neck of the happy man, Dionysius arranged that a gleaming sword should be suspended from the ceiling, to which it was attached by a horse hair. And so Damocles had no eye for those lovely waiters, or for the artistic plight. Indeed, he did not even feel like reaching out his hand towards the food. Presently, the garlands of their own accord just slipped down from his brow. In the end, he begged the tyrant to let him go, declaring that his desire to be happy had quite evaporated. Dionysius was indicating clearly enough that happiness is out of the question if you are perpetually menaced by some terror. And as for himself, the possibility of returning to lawful courses and restoring to his fellow citizens their freedom and their rights was no longer open to him, because during the thoughtless days of which his youth he had entangled himself in such terrible crimes and committed so many guilty acts that he could only return to sanity at the cost of his own destruction. Although Dionysius was so deeply suspicious of disloyalty, he showed how much he missed having friends by the incident of the two disciples of Pythagoras. One of these youths had been condemned to death, and the other was allowed to stand surety for his appearance. But the first young man turned up punctually at the hour fixed for his own execution, and released his friend from his pledge. Dionysius' comment was this: I should give a great deal to be controlled as the third partner in your friendship, and indeed to be without the company of friends, without the pleasures of social life, without anybody to talk to privately, was truly deplorable fate, especially for someone who had received an excellent education since his earliest years and was a thoroughly cultivated person. For Dionysius was an extremely keen musician. We are informed, and even a tragic poet. How good he may have been is beside that point, for in that art more than any other everyone seems entirely satisfied with his own efforts. I have never known a poet, and Aquinas was a friend of mine, who was not absolutely first class in his own eyes. That is how it is. You like your work, I like mine. However, to go back to Dionysius, he was a man who denied himself every single one of the amenities of civilized life. He lived with runaways and criminals and barbarians. No one who deserved or wanted freedom could possibly be a friend of Dionysius. Now, I can imagine nothing more ghastly and wretched and horrible than an existence of such a kind. It would be pointless to compare it with the lives of men famous for their wisdom and learning like Plato and Archytas. But from Dionysius, so in city of Syracuse, I will summon up from the dust where his measuring rod once traced its lines, an obscure little man who lived many years later. Archimedes, when I was quaestor in Sicily, I managed to track down his grave. The Syracusans knew nothing about it, and indeed denied that any such thing existed. But there it was, completely surrounded and hidden by bushes of brambles and thorns. I remembered I heard of some simple lines of verse which had been inscribed on his tomb, referring to a sphere and cylinder modeled in stone on top of the grave, And so I took a good look around all the numerous tombs that stand beside the Argentine gate. Finally, I noticed a little column just visible above the scrub. It was surmounted by a sphere and a cylinder. I immediately said to the Syracusans, some of those leading citizens were with me at the time, that I believed this was the very object I had been looking for. Men were sent in with sickles to clear the site, and when a path to the monument had been opened, we walked right up to it, and the verses were still visible, though approximately the second half of each line had been worn away. So, one of the most famous cities in the Greek world, and in former days a great center of learning as well, would have remained in total ignorance of the tomb of the most brilliant citizen it had ever produced, had a man from Arpinium not come and pointed it out. But now to return to the point where I started that digression. Surely anyone who has even the slightest connection with the muses, that is to say, with civilization and learning, would rather be the mathematician Archimedes than that tyrant Dionysius. If we weigh up two men's ways of life and behavior, we find that one of them fed his brain on scientific research and discovery, with all the satisfaction that comes from intense intellectual exercise, which is the most wonderful spiritual nourishment in the world, while the thoughts of the others dwelt on murder and oppression, and fear was his companion day and night. Compare Dionysius and Democritus, Pythagoras, Anaxagoras, what thrones of possessions on all the earth could you rank higher than their philosophical achievements and the satisfaction they derived from them? For since the best part of an individual is their mind, that surely must be where the best supreme good you are looking for is located. An acute first class brain is the finest asset anyone can have. And if we want to be happy, it is an asset we must exploit to the uttermost. But a good brain, mental excellence, is identical with moral excellence. So we have to conclude that moral excellence is what guarantees happiness. I have said this before, but I feel I must say it again in rather more extended terms. Everything that is morally good and fine and distinguished is infinitely productive of joy. Now, continuous fullness of joy is evidently what happiness means, and so moral goodness, we conclude once again, is what constitutes the happy life. But I appreciate that this verbal sort of argument may not be enough to provide the conclusive proof we are after. Perhaps a little illustrations taken from life will make it easier to grasp and appreciate the point. Now let us imagine a man preeminently endowed with the very highest qualities, and let us just think what sort of person they will be. For one thing, they have got to be highly intelligent, because sluggish minds are not readily capable of achieving the highest sort of conduct. And then again, they must have a passionate enthusiasm for trying to discover the truth. And this leads to that famous threefold division of intellectual study. One part constitutes the knowledge of the universe, the understanding of nature. The second consists of distinguishing between the things we ought to aim at and the things we ought to avoid. In other words, this is the art of the good life. The third subdivision compromises the assessment of logical consequences and incompatibilities, which is the basic requirement for accurate discussion and analysis. When these are the themes of a wise man's of a when these are the themes a wise individual spends their days and nights contemplating, what exaltation they will bring to their heart. They will be able to discern the movements and revolutions of the entire universe. They will gaze at the numberless stars which stud the sky and revolve in unison with its revolutions, each in its appointed place, while seven other, far distant from one another in their highest and lowest positions alike, maintain their own special orbits and follow their own different courses, each with exact and well defined precision. No wonder this varied spectacle excited the men of old and inspired them to extend their explorations ever further afield. From these researchers, too, sprang their investigation into the sources and elements from which every existing object was prolonged and came into being and grew into maturity, and inquiry started into the beginnings of everything there is, whether inanimate or animate, vocal or mute, and into the meaning of life and death, and into the changes and transmutations of one thing into another, and the origins of the earth, and the forces that maintain its equilibrium, and the abysses through which the waters of the oceans rush upon their courses, and into the force which weighs all things down towards the center of the universe, the lowest point of the sphere. To men immersed day and night in these meditations comes understanding of the truth pronounced by the god at Delphi, that the mind should know itself. And there comes also the perception of its union with the divine mind, the source of its inexhaustible joy. For contemplation of the power and nature of the gods spontaneously kindles in human beings a passion to attain immortality like theirs, and the soul, when it discerns how all things in the universe are linked one with another by a chain of interlocked destinies, causes a process which is governed by reason and intelligence and renews itself to all eternity, begins to nourish the conviction that it could not be true, that its own life is just limited to this brief span on earth. As a man or a woman contemplates this spectacle and gazes upwards and round about upon every part and region of the universe, how serenely then one can look back again at their own mere mental activities close beside where they are standing. That is the point where the second branch of study begins, the comprehension of moral goodness. The virtues blossom forth in their various form and manifestations, and it is revealed to us what nature has ordained as the ultimate good and evil, the principles on which human obligations ought to be based, and the rules we must adopt for the conduct of our lives. And it is the exploration of these and similar questions which brings us to the conclusion which our present discussion has been seeking to establish, that moral goodness is enough by itself to create a happy life. The third subdivision of intellectual activity is one which extends widely over all aspects of knowledge. This is the branch of learning that defines and classifies, draws logical consequences, formulates conclusions, and distinguishes the true from the false. In other words, it is the art and science of reasoning, which is not only supremely useful for everlasting arguments of all kinds, but also offers its devotees a noble satisfaction which merits the name of wisdom. But these are occupations for a person's private life. And now let our wise man or our wise woman turn their attention to public affairs instead. In this field, their qualifications are admirable. Their intelligence will enable them to identify the path where the advantage of their fellow citizens truly lies. Their integrity forbids them to divert any of their property to their own pocket, and they have a great array of virtues to rely upon. Moreover, they can receive additional sustenance from the benefit they derive from their friendships. To a civilized man, these provide not only the keen satisfaction of intimate association from day to day, but also a treasure of sympathetic counsel and communication and communion, which will enrich every aspect of a person's life. Equipped with such blessings, what more could a life need to make it happy? Indeed, the enjoyment of these advantages is happiness itself, and yet all wise men have the power to enjoy them. That is why we are bound to recognize that all wise men and all wise women must be happy, even if they are undergoing torture stretched on the rack. Cicero. Do you imagine I was supposing that they just reclined on beds of violets and roses, Consider what Epicurus says on the subject. Now he, I must remind you, is no genuine philosopher. He just calls himself one, and yet we have to listen to him, even him declaring, like the rest of them, that the wise man at any time you like to mention, even the wise woman, even when they are being burnt and racked and cut to pieces, will never cease to assure us. It means nothing to me at all. Certainly, Epicurus deserves praise for making such a statement. But what inconsistency his works reveal. For here is a man who actually identifies evil with pain and good with pleasure, thus making a mockery of all our attempts to establish moral standards. A man who declares we are just wasting our time in uttering mere meaningless sounds, since nothing is really of the slightest significance except pleasant or unpleasant physical sensations. Taking this attitude, Epicurus scarcely differs from an animal, and yet I repeat, it seems that we have to put up with him suddenly, forgetting himself and minimizing the role of chance, just at the very moment he has given it complete control over all the good and over all the evil that exists. For he is perfectly prepared to assert that he is happy at the highest of torture and torment, in spite of the fact that just before he had offered the pronouncement that the worst of all evils, and indeed the only evil, is pain. The real remedies for pain, moral force, distaste for wrongdoing, constant practice and endurance, manly toughness, these are all things that Epicurus is not bothered to acquire. All he troubles to say is that he derives satisfaction from recollecting the pleasures of the past. It is as though a man who was feeling extremely unbearably hot chose to confront himself by remembering a bath he once had in one of our cool streams back home at Arpino. It is quite impossible to agree with his suggestion that past pleasures can alleviate present ills. And yet Epicurus affirms that the wise man and the wise woman is always happy. If they had any desire to be consistent, it would be out of the question for them to say any such thing. But since they do say it, since even he says it, that it is all the more reason why we have every right to expect equally praiseworthy declarations from those who insist that nothing at all is worth having. Nothing is fit to be classified as good if moral goodness is lacking. It is high time, I submit, for the Peripatetics and Old Academy to put a stop to all their hesitant stammerings and summon up the courage to admit openly and loudly that it is still possible to be happy even when you are being roasted alive inside Falari's bull. I am prepared to agree with them if it need be that we may enlarge our idea of what is good to include three categories, because I do want to get away from Stoic hypersubtleties, and I realized I have made more use of such refinements than I usually do. Let us accept then the possibility of this threefold division, but on the state condition only that two of the three categories, the good thing of the body and the good things which are external and accidental, are kept nailed right down on the day, and only allowed to be classified as good at all because they are preferable, whereas the third type of good, the morally good, is of a higher status altogether, something truly divine, which knows no limits and reaches right up to the heavens, so that I swear to you that anyone who has attained it has found not only happiness, but happiness that is complete and supreme. Alright, cool. I'm liking Cicero. I've technically not read through this book. I've read like a couple of pages, but I haven't read this book. It's a pretty good book. I'm enjoying it. Hope you are too. The topic that we are covering today primarily um, is a philosophical viewpoint of essentially the attainment of happiness and the focus that in order to attain that happiness, to attain that state of being that one is going to be, what I personally have found is more important than happiness, is a state of peace. Because peace is more of a state of being than an emotion. So even though I might be happy, sad, in pleasure, or in pain, psychologically, I can be in a state of peace. That's my state of being. I'm at peace. Sure, I'm in, they're talking about being stretched out and tortured on the rack. How could, if you've attained happiness, you enter a moment when suffering occurs, because suffering is inevitable at some point for a person in their life, even at the moment of death. Even if one had had the most glorious of life, of all the monies, and never had a want or a need for anything, and got everything they ever wanted, at the moment of death, everything's being taken away, and they've never been prepared for it, and that is going to be that moment for them. Like, it's going to hit everybody. So, the moment of suffering is the happiness maintained. And that's where, at least for me, in my own personal philosophical viewpoint of everything I've studied, learned, and worked, is that truly nirvana, peace for the Kemetics, the Egyptians, Hetept is what that is nirvana, and Hetept from Egypt to India. Those two, and there that others have words for this, for the state of peace, the state of eternal peace. And this peace means that I am not emotionally attached so as to keep me stuck there. I can pull back out of that situation and I can be at peace in my own being. Sure, somebody's in a state of worry. Sure, somebody's anxious, but that's not my vibration. That's my state of being. I'm at a state of peace because I worked for that. Sure, I know the situation is going to be rough. That means I'm going to have to work harder. Okay, let me focus on working harder so that I'm not wasting energy on the lower vibration of complaining, because as those words come out, the emotions, the vibration, the pulsing, the energy, just as if one was working at the solution, is literally being spent. So by the time that their hand goes to tool, they're not even interested in working, and they don't work. That's the reality. That's why all the complaints pop up. Why didn't you do this fast enough? Why didn't you do that? Why'd you miss that? Why'd you miss that? Because they were not invested. They were not interested. They kind of checked out. You might have a body present. It don't mean the mind is there. Again, the state of peace is truly is the reward of a spiritual journey, of a shamanic journey, of a wise woman, of a wise man, of that pursuit. Peace is the reward. And they are, anyways, Cicero. Now will the wise man and the wise woman be seriously afraid of pain, for pain is the chief objection to the view I have been putting forward. Against death, the deaths of ourselves and those near us, and against distresses and disturbances of the spirit, we have surely been sufficiently armed and equipped by our discussions on the previous days, though the most formidable obstacle to adopting a moral standard seems to be pain. When its fiery torches intimidate us, they threaten the complete destruction of all the courage, character, and endurance that we can muster. So does this mean that moral goodness is forced to succumb to pain? When pain comes, does the wise and steadfast man's happiness just to have to bow down before it? God, what a shameful suggestion. A Spartan boy, even when his boy is mangled by agonizing blows, refuses to utter a sound. At Sparta, I myself have seen gangs of young men fighting one another with inconceivable stubbornness, using fists and feet and nails and even teeth, ready to die rather than admit defeat. And in India, which I suppose is the wildest and most savage land of the barbarians in the world, the men they call sages live naked every day of their lives, enduring all the snows and fierce winters of the Caucasus without showing the smallest sign of pain. And then at the last they hurl themselves voluntarily into the flames and burn to death without uttering a sound. An Indian woman, too, when the husband of one of them dies, compete with one another to decide which of their number he loved the best. Whereupon the woman who is proclaimed the winner, escorted by her relation, joyfully joins her husband on the funeral pyre, and the loser goes sadly away. To suppose that these are cases in which custom has conquered nature, so that the Indians no longer feel frost and fire, would be an erroneous conclusion, because nature can never be overcome. But what their customs have achieved is to give them the power to face pain, whereas our customs, on the other hand, have infected our characters with escapism and luxury and inactivity and idleness and inertia. Our false beliefs and dangerous habits have softened and invaded us. The Egyptians, too, have a well known tradition which provides an excellent illustration of the endurance that they possess. An irrational superstition of which they have many forbids them ever to do any injury to an ibis or an asp or a cat or a dog or a crocodile, and indeed rather than harm those beasts they would submit to the most fearful tortures. Indeed, even if they had hurt one of them by mistake, there is no penalty on earth these people would not submit to. So much for human beings. And what about even animals? Do they not endure cold and hunger, and spend their lives roaming over mountain crags and ranging among the trees of the forests to defend their young? Are they not prepared to suffer terrible wounds? Do they not face the most violent assaults and blows without shrinking? I could also point out all these sufferings men are prepared to endure from other motives as well, because they are ambitious and want to further their careers, or because they long for praise and popularity, or because they are in love and hanker to gratify their passion. Life is full of examples of all these things. But let me call a halt and return to the point where I digressed from. Happiness, I say again, will not tremble, however much it is tortured, clinging steadfastly to its integrity, its self-control, and above all its courage, with all the strength of character and endurance that the word implies. Happiness will not flinch, even when the countenance of the executioner himself is revealed, while the virtues, one and all, move fiercely onward to suffer the torments of the rack. Happiness, I repeat, will scorn to linger behind outside the prison gates, for to be abandoned there alone and in isolation, separated from all that glorious company, would be the most disgraceful and degrading thing in the world. However, such a thing could not possibly happen, for virtues can have no existence at all without happiness, and conversely, happiness cannot exist without the virtues either. Consequently, they will never allow happiness to give them the slip. On the contrary, they will hustle it along with themselves. Whatever agony, whatever torment lies ahead, they will endure it together. This is the sort of person a truly wise man and wise woman has to be. They will never do anything they might regret or anything they do not want to do. Every action they perform will always be dignified, consistent, serious, upright. They will not succumb to the belief that this or that future event is predestined to happen, and no event therefore will cause them surprise or strike them as unexpected or strange. Whatever comes up, they will continue to apply their own standards, and when they have made a decision, will abide by it. A happier condition than that I am unable to conceive. The belief of the Stoics on the subject is simpler and supreme good. According to them, is to live according to nature and in harmony with nature. That they declare is the wise man's duty, and it is also something that lies within his own capacity to achieve. From his followers, the deduction what the man who has the supreme good within their power also possesses the power to live happily. Consequently, the wise man's life is happy. Well, now I've told you the doctrines about happiness, which seem to me to command the most respect, and as far as we can tell at present, look nearer the truth than any other suggestions. Or have you something better to propose? No, I cannot improve on these ideas in any way, but I should like to ask you a favor. If it is not too much trouble, I feel able to do this because, not being hampered by belonging to any one philosophical school, you are in the habit of picking up from this one, and that whatever point you regard as closest to the truth. And short while back you appeared to be urging the Peripatetics, an old academy, to have the courage to state openly, without reservation, that wise men and wise women are always supremely happy. But what I would like to hear from you is this: how do you imagine they could do any such thing without being open to attacks for inconsistency? Because, as you yourself indicated, criticizing them from the Stoic viewpoint, that they actually said was precisely the opposite. All right, I will exploit my freedom. Unlike anyone else, the people I support positively encourage it. For what we like is to refrain from positive pronouncements, preferring to discuss whatever question is being considered from every angle, so as to enable our audiences to judge each question on its own merits without feeling compelled to accept any particular solution as authoritative. Presumably, what you want to establish is this: that the philosopher's numerous disagreements about ultimate good and evil should not be allowed to disturb the conclusion that moral goodness in itself sufficiently guarantees a happy life. This, we are told, is a proposition which Carneade has frequently debated, but his discussions often turned into attacks on the Stoics, whose doctrines who he has always most eager to refute, working up a good deal of excitement in the process. I, on the other hand, propose to look at the matter in a calmer fashion. If the Stoics are right in their definition of the ultimate good, then the question is settled, for it is inevitably follows that the wise man is always happy. But let us inquire also into the views of the other schools, one by one, and see how this splendid pronouncement about the happy life can be harmonized with the various individual sect. It seems to me that the propositions about the ultimate good, which still have supporters and defenders today, may be listed as follows. First of all, there are four simple points of view. There is the Stoic contention that nothing is good except what is morally right. There is the attitude of Epicurus that nothing is good except pleasure. There is the idea of Hieronymus, that the only thing which is good is the absence of pain. And then there's the opinion which Carneade has maintained against the Stoics, that nothing can be good except the enjoyment of the first goods of nature, either the whole lot of them or the principal ones, such as one's bodily and mental gifts. So much then for the straightforward answers. There are also the more complex attempts to reach a conclusion. First comes the peripatetic division of goodness into three parts, the highest being of the soul, the second highest of the body, and the third comprising things that come from outside. The old academy says much the same. Dinor Marcus and Califo bracket moral goodness with pleasure. Finally, the peripatetic Diodorus identifies it with freedom from pain. Those are the only systems which can be described as at all coherent. As for the theories of Aristo of Chios, Pyro, Herius, and others, they have evaporated into thin air. So let's see what these doctrines have to offer us, leaving aside the Stoics whose theses I feel I have sufficiently defended already. Indeed, much the same applies to the main peripatetic case, for that too is virtually settled. Apart from Theophrastus and any who chose to share his excessively timid and abject terror of pain, the attitude of the rest of them is acceptable to laugh enough, since they do the best they can to exalt the dignity and grandeur of moral goodness. And when they have duly praised this virtue to the skies, which they do very frequently, with the brilliance that comes easily to such eloquent orators, it is easy to go on from there to spurn and despise everything else. For people who claim that glory must be pursued even at the cost of pain are no longer in a position, after making that concession, to deny that those who have won such glory are happy men, even if evil, according to their interpretation, may not be altogether absent. Still, the word happiness has a sufficiently wide and far reaching application to warrant its use in this context. Consider the analogies of commerce and agriculture. Trading can be regarded as profitable and farming as productive, even when the former is not totally free of loss, and the latter does not wholly escape damage from the weather. For the pursuits in question are held to deserve these favorable descriptions if things have gone prosperously by and large. The same applies to human affairs in general. In order to deserve the designation happy life, it need not consist wholly and entirely of good things of every sort and kind. If on the whole and for the most part such things predominate, that is enough to warrant the assertion that happiness has been achieved. This is the approach of the Peripatetics and the Old Academy, and so they feel able to go on to argue on the authority of Aristotle and Xenocrates and Spesidippus and Polemo. And when moral goodness is tortured and roasted in the bowl of Varares, happiness will still remain in companion all the same, and no threats or cajoleries will succeed in keeping it away. Califo and Deodorus speak in similar terms to the extent that they attach such great importance to morality that everything which lacks it ranks far behind. The others seem to have got themselves into a bit of trouble. Epicurus, that is to say, and Hieronymus, and any who care to defend the discredited arguments of Cornelius, but they manage all the same to swim out of the dangers they have got themselves into, because even they, like the rest, unanimously elevate the human soul to be the arbiter of all that is good and bad. Indeed, they are eager to instruct it how to reject the alleged goods and evils that are fictitious and illusory, for Epicurus takes up basically the same position as Hieronymus and Cornelius, and indeed the whole lot of them. Their defenses against death and pain are impregnable. Let us begin, if we may, with Epicurus. We call him an effeminate pleasure lover. However, it would, as I have said, be impossible to accuse him of being afraid of death or pain. He even goes so far as to assert that the day of his death is an occasion of happiness. And at that very moment, he tells us when he is afflicted with the most grievous pain, he suppresses the agony by thinking about all the philosophical discoveries he's made. And when he assures us of that, he is not just indulging in casual talk. On the contrary, he is convinced that death means the disintegration of every living creature, that all sensation is extinguished, and that with sensation gone, nothing has any significance for us at all. His attitude to pain, too, is guided by precise rules. They enable him to console us by pointing out that if the pain is intense, it will not last long. If it lasts long, it will not be intense. In dealing, therefore, with these two principal causes of anguish, death and pain, Epicurus seems to me every bit as sound as your fine Stoic talkers, and Epicurus and the rest of them are equally well equipped to handle all the other things that are generally regarded as evil. For example, there is a universal fear of poverty. But none of the philosophers allows themselves to share this fear, and Epicurus himself is content with very little indeed to live on. No more has used more emphatic language than he has about the desirability of plain living. Other men are keen to make money to enable them to pay for their love affairs and their careers and their day to day living. But since none of these activities has the slightest importance for Epicurus, he has no reason to feel any great desire for money. Indeed, he does not need to trouble about it at all. Anacharsis displayed the same disregard for money, and since he, a Scythian, was able to take this attitude, it is scarcely surprising that philosophers of our own country have contrived to do the same. We have a letter written by Anacharsis in these terms. Greetings from Anacharsis to Harno. My clothing is a Scythian mantle. My shoes are the hard soles of my feet. My bed is the earth. My food is only seasoned by hunger, and I eat nothing but milk and cheese and meat. Come and visit me, and you will find me at peace. You want to give me something, but give it to your fellow citizens instead, or let the immortal gods have it. And indeed, nearly all philosophers of any sort and every school, when they avoid being misled by private perversities of their own, have managed to display the same spirit. On one occasion, Socrates, when he saw a great quantity of gold and silver being carried in a procession, remarked, "What a lot of things there are that I don't feel any need for." As for Xenocrates, envoys from Alexander once brought him 50 talents, a very large sum for those days, especially at Athens. Xenocrates took the envoys to dine with him in the academy and set before them a sufficient quantity of food, but without any luxury trimmings. Next day they asked him the name of the representative he wanted them to hand the money over to. "What?" he replied. "Didn't yesterday's frugal dinner show you I don't need any money?" Diogenes, being a cynic, was even more frank when Alexander urged him to say if there was anything he needed. "Yes," he answered, "stop getting between me and the sun." And indeed, Diogenes used to argue that his way of life was much superior to that of the great king of Persia himself. For whereas nothing would ever be enough for that monarch, he himself, he pointed out, had no needs at all. Consequently, he never felt the lack of the pleasures of the king, could never have enough of, while the king, on the other hand, was quite incapable of enjoying his pleasures. I expect you to know how Epicurus classified the different types of desire. His classification may not have been particularly exact, but all the same it has proved useful. Some desires, he said, are both natural and necessary. Some are natural, but not necessary. Some are neither the one thing nor the other. As for the first category, these are the desires which scarcely anything is required to satisfy, since the resources of nature are at everyone's disposal. The second sort of desire he regards as easy to satisfy and easy to do without, but the third subdivision, according to him, should be wholly rejected, because desires of this kind, being unnatural as well as unnecessary, are quite superfluous. At this juncture, however, the Epicureans embark on prolonged disputations, although they dismiss as insignificant the individual pleasures belonging to the categories they despise. All the same, They try to obtain a plentiful supply of them. On sexual pleasures, they dwell at length. These, they point out, are easily satisfied, habitual, and readily available. So, if there is a natural demand for these pleasures, well and good, provided that the standard we apply is not birth or position or rank, but looks and age and figure. But if, on the other hand, considerations of healthy or duty or reputation require abstinence, no great hardship is involved. In general, maintain the Epicureans' pleasure in this category may be welcomed unless there happens to be some particular objection, but they can never be of any positive advantage. Epicurus' whole theory of pleasures is based on the idea that the reason why this is always attractive and desirable is precisely because it is pleasure, and the reason why pain cannot fail to be undesirable is because it is pain. This means that if a man has any sense, he will take care to weigh the pros and cons, avoiding pleasure if the pain it involves seems likely to predominate, and accepting pain if the inherent pleasure is going to outweigh the disadvantages. And another of Epicurus' doctrines goes as follows: although the sensations of the body are what provide the means of judging whether a thing is pleasant or not, the pleasure is then passed on by the body and communicated to the mind. Grant that it is the body that feels delight during the actual sensation of a pleasure, the mind derives its own enjoyment as well. Furthermore, the mind possesses the additional function of the anticipating pleasures to come and keeping past pleasures alive in the memory. In this way, it is argued the wise man will always have a continuous unbroken succession of enjoyable experiences, since the anticipation of those they are looking forward to in the future will merge with their recollection of those they have enjoyed in the past. Applying the same arguments to food, Epicurus and the others belittled expensive and sumptuous banquets on the grounds that the nature's needs are modest, and need anyone can see is what provides the seasoning for any and every appetite. When Darius was fleeing from Alexander, he managed to get a drink of some muddy water polluted by corpses. However, he declared he had never drunk anything better, since whenever he drank before, he said he had never known what it is to be thirsty. Similarly, Ptolemy had never felt hungry when he ate, and so when, in the course of tour round Egypt, he got separated from his escort and was given some coarse bread in a cottage, he said he had never enjoyed anything so much in all his life. There is also a tradition about Socrates. He liked walking. It is recorded until a late hour of the evening. And when someone asked him why he did this, he said he was trying to work up an appetite for his dinner. And we have all heard about the food of the Spartans eat at their public meals. Once, when the tyrant Dionysius was dining with them, he remarked that he did not care for that famous black broth, which was their principal dish. No wonder you don't, said the cook, because you haven't got the seasoning. What's that? Asked Dionysius. Hard hunting, sweating, a sprint down to the river Erotas, hunger, thirst. Those are the things Spartans employ to season their banquets, and the same lesson can be learnt from animals as well. They are satisfied with any food you fling at them, provided their instincts do not reject it, and then they do not bother to look any further. Sparta, which I mentioned just now, is only one of a number of communities which have collectively trained and habituated themselves to enjoy frugal living. For the Persians, too, according to Xenophon's description of their eating habits, will eat nothing but cress on their bread, and yet if they had an inclination for something more inviting, they have the whole earth and everything that grown in it to provide them with the most savory flavors in any variety and quantity they could desire. However, they are content with a moderate diet, and it means a sounder body and impaired health. What a contrast between such people and the sweating, belching individuals who stuff themselves with food like fatted oxen. And what the contrast demonstrates is that the true satisfaction to be derived from foods comes not from repletion but from appetite. The food who run hardest after pleasure are the least likely to catch what they are after. The story goes that Timotheus, the famous Athenian statesman, once had dinner with Plato. Timotheus greatly enjoyed the party, and when he met his host on the following day, he complimented him in the following terms: "Your dinners are enjoyable not only when one is eating them, but on the morning after as well. For the point is that when our stomachs are filled with a great deal of food and drink, we cannot possibly make proper use of our minds. There is an excellent letter which Plato wrote to the relatives of Dion, containing a passage which goes something like this: When I got here, I was not at all attracted by the so-called happy life, crammed with Italian and Syracusan banquets and involving 2 heavy meals a day, with never a night spent alone, and all the other things that go with such a life, things which will never make anyone wise, much less temperate, for no one's equipped with the ability to cope with such a mixture of opposites. Indeed, a life so wholly lacking in reason and moderation must of necessity be highly unattractive. That was the mistake of Sardanapalus, the erroneously the enormously wealthy king of Syria, who had these lines engraved on his tomb: "Everything that I have eaten, everything I have consumed to satisfy my appetites is still within my power. All my other great riches I have left behind me, and they are gone." That, remarked Aristotle, is an epitaph fit for an ox, not a king. For Sardanapalus claims in death to control things which even when he was alive he only possessed at the very moment of enjoyment. So why should people hanker to be rich? In what respects does poverty prevent people from being happy? All right, you like statues or pictures, but if you should happen to have such taste, people of modest means are actually better placed to indulge them than men of substance. For in our city there are huge quantities of all these things exhibited at every public place, whereas people who own such objects privately do not have so many specimens to look at. And what is more, only we see them on the rare occasions when they are visiting their country mansions, and even then they feel a prick of remorse when they remember how they got them in the first place. However, if I once started arguing in favor of poverty, I could go on forever. And in any case, the matter is self evident, seeing that nature herself teaches us every day how few and how small and how inexpensive her requirements are. Then will insignificance or obscurity or unpopularity prevent a wise man from being happy? No. And besides, we ought to ask ourselves whether the popular affection and glory we so greatly long to win are not more of a burden than a pleasure. Our Demosthenes once showed rather a petty side when he heard a poor woman carrying water as Greek women do whisper to a friend, "Look, here comes the great Demosthenes." He expressed pleasure. Yes, that was petty. He was a marvelous orator, no doubt, but evidently, while learning admirably how to speak before an audience, he had not made so much progress in communing with his own self. For it is imperative to understand that popular glory is not worth coveting for its own sake, and there is nothing very frightening about obscurity. "I came to Athens," said Democritus, "and no one there took any notice of me." Now that really is high minded and dignified, to glory in not having any glory. Flutists and harpists do not adjust their melody or rhythm according to the taste of the multitude. They base it on what suits themselves. Why then should the wise man or wise woman who is the practitioner of a far greater art follow the pleasure of the crowd instead of pursuing the truth without regard to popular pressures? Surely it is the height of foolishness to attach such great importance to people in the mass. When their individual capacities, you look down on them as mere uneducated laborers. The truly wise thing is to despise all our trivial ambitions, all our honors bestowed by the crowd, even if these distinctions come when you have not asked for them. Our trouble is that we never do manage to look down on such honors until it is too late, until we have reason to lament that we had not looked down on them before. The natural philosopher Heraclitus tells a story about Hermodorus, a leading man of Ephesus. The fellow citizens of Hermodorus expelled him from the city, and the philosopher declares that the entire Ephesian population ought to have been deprived of their lives because the occasion prompted them to make the following thoroughly deplorable pronouncement. No single individual among us, they said, must ever be allowed to rise above the rest. Anyone who aspires to such a thing must go and live in another place amongst other people. You get the feeling in every community, people always hate anyone who is better than themselves. Take Aristides, for I prefer to choose my examples from Greece rather than Rome, was not the reason why he was banished from his country because they could not bear him being such just a man. What a lot of trouble one avoids if one refuses to have anything to do with the common herd. To have no job, to devote one's time to literature is the most wonderful thing in the world. And by literature, I mean the works which give us an opportunity to understand the universe and nature in all of its infinity, and the world in which we in ourselves live, its sky, land, and sea. All right, then one views honor and wealth with proper contempt. So, what is there left to be frightened of? Banishment, I suppose, which is held to be one of the worst evils, if, however, banishment is regarded in the light because its victim has incurred unpopularity and hatred among the crowd, then that, as I explained just now, is a matter of no importance. If it is a miserable fate to be separated from one's country, then our providences are full of miserable people, very few of whom ever return to their original homelands. Yes, but exiles also have their property confiscated. Yet what of that? Surely we do not need to enlarge any further on the advantages of being poor. And when, in fact, one takes a closer look at the condition of an exile, his real condition, leaving aside any disgrace people may choose to attach to the designation, surely in the last resort it amounts to exactly the same thing as permanent residence abroad. And what was how many of the very greatest philosophers spent their lives in Ocrates, Crantor, Arcasarius, Larcades, Aristotle, Theosphratus, Zeno, Claternus, Chrysanthus, Antipater of Tarsus, Carneades, Clitormarchus, Philo, Antarchus, Panadius, Posidonius, and countless others. Once they had gone away, not one of them ever returned home. They were not in disgrace, it is true, but can disgrace really have any effect on a wise man? Because he is the person we are talking about all the time, and that such a person should deserve to be exiled is a contradiction in terms if a man has been exiled and deserved it. Then it is not our business to comfort him. And incidentally, exile is one of the happenings of life which fits in very well with the school of thought that refers everything to the standard of pleasure. Because if that is the view you hold, what is to stop you from living happily in any place you like, provided that you can get pleasure there? So the pronouncement of Tusher, one's country is wherever one fares well, is acceptable to any philosophical sect you like to name. When Socrates was asked which country he belonged to, he replied, the world, for he regarded himself as an inhabitant and citizen of every part of it. And then there was Titus Alborsius. After he had been banished, he studied philosophy at Athens in perfect serenity. However, he would have been spared banishment altogether if he had obeyed the maximum of Epicurus and detached himself completely from public affairs. As for Epicurus himself, to go back to what Tusser said, it is hard to see how he was any happier living in Athens, which was his homeland, than Metrodorus. who had been born elsewhere, or how Plato was better off as far as happiness was concerned than Xenocrates or Polemo than Arcesilaus. Besides, one cannot attach much importance to the opinion of a community which derives good and wise men away. Damatarus, the father of our king Tarquinius Priscus, fled from Corinth because he could not endure the tyrant Caecilius. He settled in Tarquini and founded a family there. His preference for freedom and exile to slavery in his own home cannot surely be condemned as an act of stupidity. Another point is this: when people devote their thoughts to pleasure, forgetfulness alleviates their anxieties and distress. That was the point of Epicurus' bold assertion that good always predominates in the wise man and the wise woman because they never have any lack of pleasures. And that again is how Epicurus, like the rest, reaches the conclusion we are after, that the wise man and the wise woman is always happy. One thing I stress regularly is the lesson of judging a book by the cover. Your dress and your clothing can be a flag of identification in the most happy of forms. I used to be stuck to wearing the uniforms of religion, businesses, and that way of life. And I found that their uniform trapped me in their isolated mentality. So when I started to break away into my living my philosophical thoughts, well, I tell you what, the clothing started to change. And the clothing was representative that I'm free, that I'm no longer stuck. And when that freedom kicked in, philosophy rolled forward. Even you may ask if deprived of the senses of sight and hearing, yes, even then, because they regard such things as entirely insignificant. Take blindness. What pleasures, in fact, does this dreaded condition deprive you of? Whereas all the other pleasures are actually located in the organs of sensation. It has been pointed out that the contrary applies to visual perception, which does not cause any direct pleasure to the eyes themselves in the same way as taste, smell, touch, and hearing gratify the appropriate organs in which each of those senses is localized. In the case of the eyes, however, the situation is different because our visual impressions are not destined for them at all, but for the mind. And the mind is capable of receiving a wide and varied range of satisfactions in which sight is not involved in any way than whatever. I'm speaking of education, cultivated people, the sort of person for whom life means thought. And a wise man or woman rarely needs the support of his eyes in order to think. Happiness does not come to an end at the conclusion of every day when night falls, so why should it cease when blindness turns day into night? On this subject, Antipater and Saranic made an apt remark, though it is admittedly a trifle coarse. When he heard his womenfolk moaning because he was blind, his answer was this: "What's the matter? Don't you think one can have a good time in the night?" The famous Arbius Claudius, the early personage of that name, was likewise blind for many years, but the offices of state he held and the deed he performed make it abundantly clear that his disability did not in the slightest degree disqualify him either as a private citizen or a statesman. Gaius Drusus, too, we are told, always had his house thronged with people who had come to seek his advice. They cannot see for themselves with their own eyes how their own affairs ought to be handled, and so they appeal to a blind man to be their guide. When I was a boy, the blind Snarius or Virtius, a former praetor, frequently expressed his views in the Senate and helped his friends in their deliberations. Indeed, he also wrote a Greek history and literary matters. His vision was clear enough. And so the Stoic Diodorus, another man who lost his sight, lived for many years in my house. It seems hard to believe, but after he became blind and devoted himself more strenuously to philosophy than he ever had before, he also played the lyre like a Pythagorean and had books read to him day and night. He had no need of eyes to get on with his work. He also did something which seems scarcely credible for a man who could not see. He continued giving lectures on geometry, giving his pupils verbal indications of the point where they should begin and end the lines they had to draw. We are told that Asclepiades, the eminent philosopher of the Eretrian school, was once asked by someone to explain how blindness had affected him. He replied that it had enlarged his retinue by one boy, and for just as even the depths of poverty would be tolerable if we could do what we see certain Greeks doing every day. Blindness, too, can perfectly well be endured if we are supplied with the necessary aids. When Democritus lost his sight, it is true that he could no longer distinguish black from white, yet he could still distinguish good from bad, just from unjust, right from wrong, expedient from inexpedient, important from unimportant. In other words, he did not need to see different colors in order to live happily, whereas if it had been the comprehension of ideas that he lacked, a happy life would have been out of the question. But here was a man who believed that eyesight is actually a hindrance to the vision of the soul, while other people were constantly failing to see what lay at their very feet. He was able to range freely throughout the infinities of space, and he never found a boundary which could stop him. Homer, too, is traditionally said to have been blind, but when we read what he wrote, it seems more than poetry. It is as distinct as if he had painted the whole thing. So vividly, indeed, he has depicted every region and seacoast and locality in Greece, every shape and form of warfare and battle, every maneuver which a ship can possibly make, every possible activity of men or beasts, that he gives us the most brilliantly clear vision of all the things his blindness prevented him from seeing himself. Surely, then, we are not going to suppose that Homer lacked pleasure or enjoyment, or for that matter, any other man of learning. Had that been so, we cannot imagine that Anaxagoras or Democritus, whom I was speaking about just now, would have been willing to throw away their own lands and inheritances and devote themselves with all their hearts in research and discovery, quests that bring truly divine satisfaction. And for the same reason, the prophet Tiresias is never shown lamenting his blindness, for he too, as the poets tell us, was a man of real wisdom. It is true that Homer depicting that Cyclops Polyphemus as a barbarous savage makes him talk to a ram and assure the animal how lucky it is to be able to see so that it can stray wherever it wants to and get it every day it needs. But the poet was right to let Polyphemus talk like that. His whole point is that the Cyclops is just as senseless as the ram. And what about deafness? Is that really such a misfortune? Marcus Crassus used to hear pretty badly, but what he suffered from worst was something different. He had to hear himself being spoken ill of, although at the time I did not think he deserved these unfriendly comments. But consider the fact that our compatriots do not generally know Greek, and Greeks have no knowledge of Latin. In other words, we are deaf to their language and they to ours, and indeed every one of us is deaf to all the innumerable tongues we do not understand. You may say that deaf men miss the pleasure of hearing a lyre player's songs, yes, but they also miss the squeaking of a saw being sharpened, the noise of a pig makes when its throat is being cut, the roaring thunder of the sea which prevents other people from sleeping. And if they happen to like singing, they should reflect first that many wise men lived happily before the art was ever invented, and secondly, and reading poetry silently gives far more pleasure than listening to it aloud. Just then I was trying to comfort blind people by reminding them of the pleasures of the ear, and now I hope to console the deaf by reminding them of the pleasures of seeing. Besides, there is this point too: a man who has the ability to commune with himself does not feel the slightest need for anyone else's conversation. Well, let us now imagine that all these afflictions are simultaneously heaped on one and the same individual, so that he loses his sight, loses his hearing, and is simultaneously gripped by the acutest physical pains. Often these by themselves are enough to finish a man off completely, but suppose instead that they are greatly prolonged and inflicted agonies more severe than he or she can expect it to endure. In that case, why, for God's sake, should we continue to suffer? After all, there is a haven close at hand. I refer to the eternal refuge of death, where nothing is felt any longer. When Lysimachus threatened to kill Theodorus, the philosopher replied, "What a really superb achievement to have acquired as much power as a poisonous beetle." And the defeated King Perseus begged Paulus not to make him march in his triumph, but the general's answer was, "That's up to you." We talked a lot about death on the first day of these discussions. Indeed, we went into the whole subject carefully, and then we returned to it on the second day, when what we were discussing was pain. Anyone who recalls the points we made cannot surely be in any danger of regarding death as undesirable or terrible. My own opinion is that we ought to model our lives on the rule which the Greeks follow at their banquets: let him drink or let him go. That is fair enough, for either you should be content to keep on drinking with the others, or else, in order to avoid the predicament of the sober man surrounded by noisy drinkers, you had better leave. The same applies to whatever assaults fortune may launch against you. If you are unable to face them, there is nothing to prevent you from running away. That is what Epicurus suggests, and Hieronymus specifically offers the same advice. Now, there are those who hold moral goodness by itself is ineffective. Everything we call right and praiseworthy seems to them mere meaningless and empty verbiage, and yet even they manage to conclude that the wise man is always happy. If even people with views such as theirs manage to come to such a conclusion, are we not surely entitled to expect that philosophers who claim descent from Socrates and Plato ought to be able to do the same? Well, it is true that some of them do take the line that spiritual moral good is so preeminent that it completely eclipses all goodness of a physical and accidental external nature. Others, however, as we know, do not even regard the last two categories as coming under the heading of good at all, declaring that the moral sort of goodness is the only sort. When Carneades tried to adjudicate this dispute, since the two parties had chosen him to act as umpire, he pointed out that there was no difference between things that Patrick's called good and those that the Stoics ascribed as advantageous. The Stoics, he said, in spite of this different view of expressing the matter, attached as much weight to riches and good health and all other such things as the Peripatetics did, and so there were no real ground for disagreement. The substance is more important than the form. As for the other schools, they too would be well advised to try to reach the same conclusion. Meanwhile, I am glad to record that they have at least made one pronouncement that is fully in keeping with the dignity of the philosophical profession. I refer to their acceptance of the doctrine that the wise man invariably has the power to lead a happy life. However, we have got to leave here tomorrow morning, so let us try to fix in our minds all the things we have been talking about during these 5 days. Later, I intend to write them all down, for now I have free time in my disposal without commenting on the reasons for such state affairs. I can think of no conceivable way in which this time could be better employed. Consequently, I propose to describe these discussions in a second series of 5 volumes. These I shall send as I did before to my friend Brutus, who, for it was he, pressed me to write about philosophy in the first place, and indeed challenged me to do so. Whether my efforts in this direction will be useful to anyone else, I have no idea. But I do know this: the work gives me a chance, the only chance I have to obtain relief from my own cruel sorrows and the many troubles that press in on me from every side. I think that's one wonderful thing about philosophy is that essentially anybody can join in philosophy. Anybody can truly explore the thoughts of what a good life is, and they can share those thoughts. And you may connect to an audience that I do not connect with. You may have obviously associations with individuals that I do not. And so in this way, a sea of philosophers, of wise men and wise women, those are truly what I went back to, is wise men and wise women. And these minds have certainly brought us to today in the many categories of the growth of humanity as it's been over the years. And that's something I'm happy to do. I mean, truly, that explains why I have a range of variety of items in my home, or in my room, I should say. So I'm a home staying here, in home, whatever. Um, but truly, philosophy opens up the ability to look at ideas, concepts, spiritual beliefs, and other notions without it destroying their life, without it being uh, disastrous, bringing together a unified field from two opposite, contrast events. This is truly one of the ingredients into obtaining the philosopher's stone, that ability to transmutate, that experience and learn and grow. It's right there. We talk a lot about the philosophy. We do talk a lot about the quantum connection, a lot of how bypassing, going around the obstacle, not being distracted of the multitude of things in the world. And in an interesting way, I'm really enjoying reading the Iliad because I do see emotional energy and that healer's energy to be to have a plan, to act on that plan, and so that even though in the face of perceiving a personal failure, not success, that in those moments that success actually happens because we leave behind us seeds of wisdom, seeds of truth, seeds of of wonderful things. One thing I've consistently done in my life is when I receive an idea or a notion of something of how it can complement my life, of how it can make it better, I apply it to I look at every aspect of my life and I apply it. I apply all of the counsel might have been how to speak better, but I take that counsel and I'm like, well, I could apply it to this aspect of my life and I could apply it to that aspect of my life. That metaphorical viewpoint, a sharp mind is going to allow you to navigate your environment much better. Water is always going to find the path of least resistance. Steam, when it's in the moment of being produced, and steam is in that, it's all, yeah, that's always going to rise. I mean, if we on planet Earth, that's going to rise up. Nature is powerful, and to emulate nature, you are the combination of the elements. We see nature in 4 different aspects or 5 different aspects, or however you may see that divided up. But the human body truly is a combination of all those aspects in motion. Everything essentially is made up of the stars, a dying star that exploded, and boom, boom, boom. So even the planet, including all the way to what? The planet from those elements. No matter if you believe aliens came down or God created man, the earth is what we had to be made from, right? From dust back to dust kind of thing. And that means because we have these different elements of nature within us, that means we can transform just like water. Like we could flow through the least path of resistance, like water, like a river going down the mountainside. Or situation might be intensely hot, and so that water transforms through a state, becomes vapor, rises, catches the winds, and moves away. Transformation is powerful within your grasp. And that's why I encourage change to become familiar. How can you be familiar with change, you may ask? At least at this point in my life, when I go so long and there's been no change, I gotta change things up. I gotta shake it up. Something happy, something good, something drastic, and act something. I gotta shake it up, do something different. Because I'm accustomed to change now. And how did I do that? I kept improving myself. I didn't care if anybody was watching or whether anybody wasn't watching. Personally, I had the mentality of being the father for my daughters who've passed away. And so I figured if I can't be with them during these days, then I'm going to grow and I'm going to develop and I'm going to get smarter. Because when that day does come, when I'm back in their presence, then I'm going to share with them everything I learned, and they're going to be able to move faster in life. They're going to be more secure. They're going to be able to watch out and avoid stupid. Dang. If somebody could have taught me from an early age how to avoid stupid, which my mom did a pretty good job, but I really didn't learn until after she passed on. But if you can learn how to avoid stupid, your life will be pretty darn smooth. I mean, you will have your bumps, but it'll be smooth compared to what you normally get. Anyways, though we have been reading the Iliad, Homer, for the past good a while. I want to read it. Thank you, her son. I do appreciate that. Not a book. Speak. You like that? Okay. Like that pursuit of happiness. That pursuit, this is what we're talking about this moment here. We're talking a lot about happiness. How to approach unavoidable conflict. Okay, I like that one. I can do that. Thanks. those help me like move forward. Give me something to talk about. Got fuel to run for a while. Okay. So let's go back to that. How to approach unavoidable conflict. Okay. So uh, I got okay. So I'm going to work. Example, right? I'm going to a job, my 9 to 5, and I know that there's a person, and they always. It don't matter what I do. It don't matter if I say nothing. It don't matter if I say something. They always poking fun. They always playing pranks. They're always doing these problems. All right, I'm stuck there, right? I need to make my money to pay my rent. It's the only place that are hiring me. All right. So first, I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna pause. Whether that means I need to take a day off of work or whatever the case, I've got to devote 24 hours. That means I'm gonna spend a whole day thinking about it. I'm gonna look up information, and then I'm gonna sleep on it. That's what that 24 hours includes. And during those 24 hours after that day, when I wake up the next day, I'm going to know what I want to do. And what my immediate plan would do in that particular situation, and the whole process is really the explanation, right? It's not easy to deal with it. Anyways, so what my decision is going to quickly become is that I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray to God, whoever it is you pray to, whatever name, whatever faith you got. Pray and let them know I'm stuck in a situation. I'm dealing with this problem. I want my peace. And so I need to find a new job. That's the only solution there. So, but I'm not the manager. I can't decide whether he sticks around or not. I've been silent. I've been nice, and every single day I go, he's hitting me. And I come home and I'm thinking about it. I'm dealing with it. I'm frustrated with it. It's just can't can't get away from it. Even when I'm not there, I'm stuck there, right? So I'm gonna pray on it, and I'm probably gonna pray on it for a good couple weeks. And every single time that that happens at work, I'm gonna keep thinking about it. I'm gonna keep praying on it. I'm not gonna defend myself. I'm gonna take the licks. I'm prepared for this. I know what I'm doing. And after them 2 weeks, I'm gonna walk into the manager, and I'm gonna have a piece of paper written up, and I'm gonna say, I've been treated a certain way by this individual. I can't handle it no more. And that manager is going to get all my tears from getting beat and taking it. That manager, that person in charge, they're going to feel my sadness. They're going to feel the pain that that person's been causing, not just to me, but to everybody they interact with. And in that letter, I'm going to say either he goes or I go, but I can't take this much longer, Joe. And in that moment, your prayer was not just heard or amplified, it was actualized. And if that manager is going to defend you, then they're going to act in the interest of your God and your faith, and they're going to talk to that person, or they're going to get rid of them. They might come back and say, I talked to them. And if they ever say or do anything that bothers you, you come tell me right away, okay? Say, all right, that's what we're going to do then. And then it's going to be taken care of. Otherwise, I got to go. And when God sees that through another person and they're not going to defend you or stand up for you, well, then your faith, your divine one you follow, they're going to work out for you a new job. But first, you got to take a leap of faith. You got to step away from eating the bad energy. You got to clean your own energy just for a moment to get back to who you are without being all man, him, all her, all whatever. You gotta have, gotta let that energy out. And then when you get back to being you, then that job is going to call you up. You probably put in 50 applications already. You knew this day was coming, so you already had 50 applications signed, filled out, waiting just to turn in. You waiting to see what your manager's going to do, whether they're going to stand up for you or not, whether God is at that business or place or facility or whatever structural place, whatever association it is. And then you're going to know whether God is there or not. And for me, if God ain't there, if divine mama, papa, Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, if some type of form of some of them ain't there, I'm out, bro. Like, I'm not down for greed and hate. I want to be happy as much as I can. I lost enough. I've lost enough. I, I need to be happy more than I want to be happy. And when you take that kind of stand for your own life in that kind of a process, look, you're acting by a plan. You're not acting by emotion. Sure, the emotion is going to grip you in the moment when you live it because you're not just acting and playing a part. But when somebody sees that reality pop out of you, they see truth. They can't ignore it. And then, whether they are righteous or not, that comes before them. That's practically the angels being like, yo, bro, you a righteous person or not? No? Okay. And they'll walk off with you. And if that person says, you know what, I'm going to stick up for what is good and what is right. Because that manager already knows, that person already knows that that other person was not a good person. Maybe it's a school. Maybe you're going to school and there's confrontation there from somebody, and obviously you can't quit school, can't leave school, right? Gotta go to school. Again, a plan, a plan, looking at your environment, a plan, prayer, and then sharing that information with mom and dad. Maybe you work at school, maybe school is your job. Talk to somebody, share that information. And if somebody misuses it against you to make fun of you or degrade you, well, then you know that person was never a friend before. And anything you ever told them, they used against you every single time you shared it. But now you know they're not in your corner. So now you know who not to waste your time on. I definitely thank the moderators and the people and comments and all that good stuff. Let's see here. Does anybody have a talking point, quandary, something rich that I can respond to. That was a last good question that was put up there. Um, Big lows, zigzag. Mm, Williams lease. What do you do when you lose friends you thought you'd have your whole life? Okay, okay. Now, ooh, this is a good one. Okay, that's a good one. Let me make sure. How old am I? I'm in my 40s. I I want to forget how old I am until I'm 50, and then I could be reminded that I'm 50. But right now, I'm going with I'm in my 40s. And I am. But anyways, the question was, what do you do when you lose friends you thought you'd have your whole life? Now that's hard. There's a particular word that I wound up developing in my language. I can't remember the name of it exactly. Oh, I do, but in any regard, this is the explanation. So, you've been in a situation and you have another friend, and you say something, you do something, and that other friend, they completely don't take it any good. Whatever you said, whatever you did was like they stopped talking to you. And so in that moment, your angst, you know for a fact that they may never ever return a call or a text. They're done for good. They're no longer a friend. If you ever see or talk to them again, it's going to be an argument, and that's all that's ever going to happen. You know, on another hand of side, that the moment if they said they're sorry, if they said, oh my bad, or if they said, dude, why'd you do that? And you'd be like, it's my bad. I wasn't thinking clearly. My bad, bro. Like, I won't do that again. Like, you know that relationship would be like fused, like, mm, bound strong. In that moment, you have positive and negative extremes hitting you because of what could be, and it matters. It matters. That lifetime friend. Throughout my life, I am used to leaving somewhere or being told I'm not wanted somewhere. And so it's just happened to me. It's been my experience to go through that. And that's why each and every moment of whoever I see as a friend or a companion or someone I'm chatting with on a shared journey, I want every moment to be as powerful as it can for the most positive effects that it can have because I know that a forever like that's one in a million. That's a one in a million person. And that one in a million person, it's worth the journey. It's worth saying no to 1,000 false friends. It's worth saying no and walking away from a gajillion people who were just using me for their own benefit. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Lose everything to find the one piece of gold. For me, that's my journey. That's my journey. Not saying that's your journey. And along the way, I found much more than I've lost. The richness, the shared time, and that's why I value every moment. That's why I cherish it. That's why I don't fight back with other people because they may have memories of our interactions being full of conflict. But everything that was in my mind and everything that was in my heart every day that we communicated and interacted with each other was positive. So I walk away with positive memories, not negative memories. At other times, perhaps that individual has passed away, and those moments are gone on that end of things. And that's when I relate back to losing my mother. And she was my best friend. I learned so much from her. And so, well, I'm just telling you what happened to me. But I was really ousted out of everything I knew. My whole life really fell apart. And I went on this journey to where my time and my thought was more important in remembering who my mother was. Who is that person who passed away, who you lost, who isn't there anymore? To remember that you couldn't pay me $1 million to do what you wanted me to do because I don't care if it was for 2 seconds or 2 minutes. That time is my heart and my mind. Yeah, I'm pointing at them different. Those two are interacting and becoming one and recalling every moment I ever had with my mother, good or bad. And I'm going to take out that memory and I'm going to look at it. I'm going to say, well, that part was not good and that part was not good, but I learned this lesson and I'm going to embody my mother. I can't just look at a picture of her. That's not her being alive. That's not her living. But I can embody Rosemary. I can live her. Even I can take out the rough edges of her and I can be her today for anyone I'm around, even if it's a stranger. And guess what? She lives. She lives and breathes. And that's how I've learned how to deal with loss on that level, is to really find a quality or a trait of memories that were appreciated, lessons learned, and something that's embodied, something that's lived from day to day, something that's remembered, and something that's shared. Whether it's wrapped up and told with a story, and my mom's name isn't mentioned at all, and mom isn't mentioned at all, or whether it comes out and it's got her name all over it. That's how I deal with those ones. Good question. Definitely, definitely. One thing I've learned about my mother is that, like, her physical body was gone, but her consciousness was all around me. Like her spirit was truly alive. And I truly believe that, like, after a moment like that has passed, their spirit moves on, and that's why we see their faces on other people, and that's why we read things and we're like, what? That's just like she would say or she would do. I lost my grandfather at the age of 10, and my grandfather, man, he was kind of like my best friend. Of course, he was teaching me more, I was more like the student, teacher kind of best friend thing. But grandfather's pretty cool. Life changed after that. That's what I found in the journey of my life, is that as I recalled my mother, and I essentially kind of brought her to life as much as I could be for that. That's when the shamanic path, I guess, really started kicking off. Because essentially I made contact with my mom, so I started, having esoteric shamanistic experiences on that end of things. And then and then it was like there was other spirits to communicate with, and they had messages to give people. And it's interesting how, like, every single day something else grows, something else benefits, something else develops. And that's her presence. That's the reality, that her spirit still is, her consciousness is very much alive. And so it taught me that working with the ancestors on a shamanistic level, working with one's own personal past father, mother, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, their own known relative, someone who's passed away, that journey moves on, it keeps moving forward. And that is truly the path. And I was with somebody for many years, and I don't want to mention any specifics, but they had a past one, and that was very hard on them. And I implored them that they were alive, that this deceased individual, their spirit was very much alive, because they would come to me daily. And I'm like, if you could just hear them, you would not be sad. They're not dead. They're not gone. It's not like that at all. And that's a certain type of peace and love in the heart, knowing that your loved one has ascended, knowing that they have entered into a better place. They don't have the worries of the flesh, and yet they're still alive. That's pretty darn comforting. And I believe those are the omens that we see around us all the time, or reminders from those ones lost. Not lost, no, freed. Tahakan. Happy birthday, Tahakan. Tahakan. That's pretty awesome. if anybody has any other good questions or whatnot or inquiries, I'd be happy to respond to those. Um, but on the ancestors level, really truly connecting with them, these are the omens that they send us. These are the little signs that, like, no man could have sent these messages. No person could have arranged these set of events and all these different circumstances. The phone clicked and the wind went blue, and it was all significant timings of things, and it just coincided in a oneness. It was like, oh my god, it got my attention. And those, to me, that's our family communicating to us through the elements. Hello, Chrome. Actually, it's pretty interesting because years back I wrote in my book how there is no empty space. I actually got a word for it. It said there's no empty space. There is energy within every single, all around us, if we just learned how to tap into it. And sure enough, years later, I saw something on TV. I saw a documentary or something scientific, and they were saying how they're just that, just what I just said. They were saying that, and I hadn't seen it, heard it, read it, or anything. Just came to me. So everything truly is connected. That whole butterfly effect, very real. However, okay, each one has the set of kundalini, the energy centers within the body. The These energy centers are activated through a particular process. If these energy centers are activated and there is actually science information to back this up. After I had been doing it, and I read some papers, and it was actually proving what I was actually doing. So it was kind of pretty cool, scientifically. And anyways, and though if one lights up all their chakras, and they increase their energy, okay, and they increase their chi, their life force. And if you're unaware or not, there are machines that can actually measure this energy, but our body, the energy will resonate so far away from us. And the more that we go into that meditation gym, the further we can exert the reaches and limits from our distance of our body of what this energy can reach. So, if one does turn on their chakras and exert this energy on a regular basis, then that regular pulse will have such as an effect as the butterfly effect. You will actually create a new ripple in time and space. However, if one's energy centers are not activated, if intention is not solid, if particular things are not happening, generally speaking, nothing happens. There are the exceptional times when people were just having fun and, oops, created a paradigm shift. Didn't mean to, guys. We'll band-aid this as best we can. I think we got to get a couple of rainbow bridges, astral bridges to get this back together. Like something like Chicago, with all the bridges, all the bridges connected to. Anyways. But yeah, that's definitely a reality of that time. The energy is definitely connected. Definitely, everything is connected in some form. But to be on a very scientific and shaman level, the quantum effect in which one particle is linked with another particle one thing on that particle is going to affect this one over here, right? And so in that effect, uh, depending on what one has connected with, is what they're going to really have a source to create that ripple from. Anyways, it, quantum entanglement, pretty much right there. And so depending what one is quantumly entangled with, that's what you're going to really have an effect. So, um, as one other put it, all things in time and space are connected. Just depends if you can access that connection or not. That's the whole thing of being a shaman, is connecting with different energies, different dimensional awarenesses, attuning the senses to be acute to listening to the harmonics in life that, as someone else put in different words, that other people can't hear if they don't notice. But anyways, I thank you very much for joining in, and Donna de Guai. Until we see you next time, thanks. Very welcome, Erica.